Priyanka ji, Khadge ji, DK Shiv Kumar, and Siddaramaiah ji, everyone was on ground, doing 10 rallies a day, 7 road shows a day. So the kind of campaign that the Congress went into, the way Congress highlighted the issues, I'm telling you that today's results will also signify the return on the policy and issue-based politics in this country, and it will give a befitting reply to the propaganda-based politics in the country.
Okay, so you're still confident that that is going to happen. Siddaramaiah, your leader, is also confident. He has been claiming that the Congress will not need the support of any other party. I was just going to play out that clip. Karthikeyan, do you have an update for us? Karthikeyan,
yeah, Barkha, all seats have been sort of, in a sense, trends have come for all seats. Congress at this point 108, BJP 100, JDS 16. So the JDS's slide continues. At this point, it's really close. Congress 108, BJP 100. So
basis these numbers, Karthikeyan, these numbers could change. These are leads, these are trends. Has this been
now it's a tie, 104 each, BJP and Congress.
I was just going to say that has this then been a closer contest than several of the polls forecast? Some did forecast a close fight, others forecast a clear victory for the Congress. Again, health warning, it's only 4 minutes past 9, right, or 5 minutes past 9, so we don't know. But which is why these numbers, Karthikeyan,
which is why the answer to the question is we don't know. We don't know yet. I think
104 to 104, if nothing else, it keeps us entertained. It gives us a lot to talk about.
But because Barkha, what happens is that as rounds get counted, the party that is leading, on a lot of occasions, it takes a decisive lead. The lead keeps on stretching because the later rounds tend to go in the favor of the party that's leading, right? We've seen that so many times. Now the BJP 105, Congress 103. So who is to say what's happening, right? The other thing is the spatial variation in the type of seats from which these leads are coming. For instance, if you think that in an SC/ST seat, the bureaucracy would be slower to count votes, for example, then that's an area where the Congress should expect results to come in later, maybe in a half an hour or so. So, and then city-wise, right? So cities, you expect counting to be faster. And that's what the BJP traditionally does well. So there are all those factors that sort of go into this entire result. But there'll be convergence and stability at, in the next 30 minutes. So then we can make a more educated guess. At this point now, if I were to tell you, Congress is 98, BJP 110. BJP has now pulled ahead and JDS 16. So I think the story that has continued since morning, except for a brief period when the JDS touched 30, is the decline of the JDS. That I think is the one consistent takeaway.
The BJP at this point, good morning everybody, if you've just tuned in, is leading in 110 seats in Karnataka. The Congress is just fallen below 100, but these numbers have been going up and down with every round of counting. Karthikeyan, I'm going to actually ask you to also look at the Election Commission. Usually, the Election Commission is slower, more conservative in putting out numbers, but it might be worth a dekho to see if this pattern...
I'm doing that, Barkha, but they have only called 21 of the 224 seats yet.
Okay.
And on the 21, Congress is doing better in 12, BJP 8, and JDS 1. So compared to the feed we are getting, the Election Commission is moving at a very glacial pace. But we'll keep an eye out on both essentially. Yeah.
All right, let's bring in what Siddaramaiah has been saying. He's been on the campaign trail. Mr. DK Shivakumar last time, in an interview to me, said very sarcastically that he was made the face, he couldn't get the numbers on his own. But Siddaramaiah this time is arguing that he will be able to form the government on his own. Listen.
Telling, after observing the people of the Karnataka, that Congress party would get 130 plus seats. It may go to 150 also. 130 ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳು ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 150 ಸ್ಥಾನದೊಳಗಡೆ ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೆ.
I must at this point, Prashantji, are you still with us? There you are. Prashantji has been saying from the morning that we are going to do much better than all of you think, than all your pollsters think. And at 8 minutes past 9 in the morning, Prashantji, these numbers are going to make you happy, because certainly the BJP lead right now is more significant. It's the Congress is fallen below the 100 mark. Prashantji, your thoughts? And again, I must ask you, as you look at these numbers, the same question: the Modi factor or the Bomai factor, or is it that the Modi factor has stepped in to contain the damage of the Bomai factor?
See, we cannot say that Modi ji came to control some damage. Definitely not. Because on the ground, work was happening. And yes, Congress was consistently making some allegations. And I can say without fear of contradiction that they did not have even an iota of proof, documentary evidence to suggest there was something wrong going on in the BJP government. They went on the offensive of only making these allegations. And on the ground, it was not. People probably would have realized, saying if somebody had any evidence, why wouldn't they submit it to the court or Lokayukta? Would they keep it with them and keep making allegations saying you're a 40% Sarkara? So which means the mindset of Congress was very clear that they wanted to make only these allegations and trying to confuse the people, saying that BJP is corrupt, which people realize that it is not the case. And therefore, when our national leaders have come, I also repeat, it's not to do any damage control. They were only strengthening the campaign is already going on the ground. And when a national leaders come, it gives so much more impetus to the cadre also, saying that yes, the senior leadership of the party is with us and they're here to motivate us. And accepting that, to say that they were here for damage control is not the case at all. They were here as any top leader would do, trying to support his karyakartas on the ground, trying to support the government which was here, to motivate them to do better, and probably it will work on the ground, and we strongly believe in so.
Okay, I want to actually play those images that we saw of the Prime Minister's roadshow. The Prime Minister led very aggressively from the front. Yeah, sorry, Kartikeya, sorry.
Yeah, Barkha, one thing I need to point out is that although we are reporting these numbers from one source, another equally credible source is giving us the opposite picture, which is that Congress 114, BJP 84, JDS 21. It's just to say that this is still jumping around a lot and things will take some time to stabilize. So if you go to the Election Commission's website, they are now reporting leads on 39 seats, of which 25 are going to the Congress, 12 to the BJP, 2 to the JDS. So this is, again, I'm just underscoring the point that this is still early days. Even as we speak now, the BJP is 108, Congress 102, from the source that we are picking up these numbers from. This is changing really fast.
Yeah, and that's a very, very important health warning, that at no stage have we called this election yet, or even called it for, given an advantage to one or the other party. Certainly, the exit polls have given the advantage to the Congress. But at the moment, the situation is changing with every round of counting. I think, as Kartikeya points out, there are other sort of sources for the counting, which are presenting a slightly different picture. Now, here you see the gap narrowing already. You see the Congress in 102, the BJP in 108. And at the moment, the real story is, if this holds, is actually the decimation of the JDS, right? Which is what I had started the morning with, Kartikeya. If you wanted to just come in on that, Kartikeya.
That's true, Barkha, as I've been saying, and we've been saying rather, and your panelists have also been saying, that the JDS's decline is probably the one consistent theme in all exit polls. And even this morning, since morning, the JDS, barring a brief period of around 5 to 10 minutes when they touched the 30 mark, their numbers have been below 25, and now it's reached 14. So it seems that this is essentially a bad day for the JDS. And as I said, the signs were there when HD Kumaraswamy ji mentions that might be losing 25 winnable seats owing to financial crunch. And when he said that we have this financial distress because of which we can't match the national parties, he was already laying the ground for some sort of a face saver as to why they may not be doing well. If you were to go by the opinion polls, the JDS has two major vote blocks, or three major vote blocks, let's put it this way: the Vocaligas, the Muslims, and the SC/STs, right? Of the Vocaligas especially have been split between the BJP and the Congress. The Muslims and the SC/STs are polarized behind the Congress. And so therefore, in terms of seats, the JDS will go down. In addition, because of the triangular fights, the JDS might be losing seats to the Congress, where the BJP is entering, but is not entering in a way to win seats, but essentially benefiting the Congress in the old Mysore area. And now, even as we speak, Barkha, Congress is 107, BJP 99, JDS 18. So any sort of conclusion at this point will be a bit too early. We are trying to reconcile this data from different sources. And what I can tell you is that numbers are all over the place. But that's to be expected, right? Because, as I said, we are still in very, very early days. This is...
as you've spoken, the Congress is very much in the lead again.
Yeah.
But Gautamji of the Congress, I want to ask you, does it look more closely contested than you thought, or are you still saying it's too early, it's going to be a different picture in about 30 minutes from now? Gautam?
No, I think it's just 9:15 right now, and the counting started 1 hour 15 minutes back. So let us wait till at least 9:30 or 10 o'clock, let's say. I am telling you, and I'm very confident, the party's internal surveys, the report from the booth level workers clearly says that the Congress is going to be crossing the 130 mark. The 130 mark, the Congress is going to cross. So let us wait and watch. And it's a day of acceptance. It's a day of acceptance.
And that might well happen. Nowhere have we said that that won't happen. In fact, Mr. Siddaramaiah said it would happen. We have an interesting question from our audience, Mojo members. But Kartikeya, you wanted to jump in before that, Kartikeya? Yeah.
No, Barkha, I was just saying, just looking at the spatial variation of the whatever data we have right now, the Congress is doing exceptionally well in Hyderabad, Karnataka, which is what I was expecting. That's Mr. Kharge's area. That's an area where the population composition is such 50% is scheduled caste, scheduled tribe plus Muslim. That's fertile ground for the Congress. They're really doing well if you were to look at these early leads. And then they are picking up seats in Mumbai, Karnataka. Coastal is being swept by the BJP. In the old Mysore area, it's a lot more Congress than the JDS vis-a-vis last time. In central Karnataka, in the Shimoga area where Mr. Yediyurappa comes from, the BJP is still holding its own. So regionally, I think it's an important story that the Congress is maximizing in Hyderabad, Karnataka, and it's also doing well in Mumbai. So as we speak, Barkha, 120 Congress, 86 BJP. We are now entering the Axis India poll territory, where the Congress is now crossing the 120 mark, 121 now, BJP 85, and the other source is giving us the same number more or less. So we seem to be some reconciliation, but once again, I will wait for another half an hour to essentially say which way this is going.
Okay, I have a question meantime from one of our audience members. This is a Mojo member asking if the Congress wins, would it have any national impact on the 2024 elections? Will the Congress be taken more seriously by the opposition parties, if not by everybody else? Smita, do you want to take that?
Certainly, if the Congress wins, it will be taken more seriously by the other opposition parties, because so far we have been seeing in the talks on opposition unity that the Congress's bid to assume the leadership of that grouping has not been taken very seriously. I mean, certain, there are differences like Mamata Banerjee and KCR. They don't want to accept that. They want a third front kind of thing. Stalin has, of course, been consistently supporting the Congress party. Yesterday, Nitish Kumar was in Bombay. Day before yesterday, Nitish Kumar was in Bombay talking to Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar, and he talked about how Sharad Pawar could be the face of the opposition. So a win in Karnataka will certainly put Congress in a better position as both in trying to unite the parties as well as assume the leadership. And yes, it will also have an impact on the state elections coming up later this year in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, where the Congress is either in power or
I think Gautam's wanting to come in, and my question, as an extension of our audience members' question, Gautam, to you would be: if the Congress does win, would you call it Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar's win, or would you call it the Gandhis' win? Because if the election was essentially local, if there's a win, would the credit go to the local leadership or to the national leadership? Gautam, please unmute yourself. You're on mute. Gautam, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think the story of the Congress victory begins from the big corruption issue. I'm so sorry to call it a victory already because we are absolutely sure, but however, we should wait for the numbers. However, I think it begins from the 40% Sarkara issue to the unemployment to inflation. And the major role was of the Bharat Jodo Yatra that Rahul Gandhi did throughout the Karnataka. He had that walk. I was the media in charge of the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka, and I remember people coming out in large numbers to share their issues, to share what they feel, to share what the solution they want to propose. Reflected. That was all reflected.
We were actually trying to play images of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but I think they played one of the videos. But go ahead.
So I think it also reflected largely in the manifesto the consultations that Rahulji led in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Then this is the Congress president's home state. He really, you know, stitched together a very well-planned campaign. He was there on the ground, being above 80. He was all over. He was working very hard. And I would do injustice if I don't mention Priyanka Gandhi's role here. Because Priyanka Gandhi also led those,
but
the communication.
let me ask you the reverse question. If the Congress were to not form the government, you would not then blame the Gandhis. You would then blame the local leadership.
I think it is a collective credit. It is a collective credit and a collective accountability. It is not going to be the accountability goes to the state leadership.
I think Prashant ji of the BJP
we are not going to remove
you.
Modi ji's picture and put Nadda ji's picture. Not at all. That is not the thing that happens.
Barkha.
Okay, yeah. One second. Prashant ji is going to come in, but Kartikeya, yes, the lead is much more. You want to just give us a numbers update? Yeah.
126 Congress, BJP 80. And if, with your permission, can I also answer that question of yours? What this means for the Congress?
Yes.
Well, you know, this is a double-edged sword in a way. I'll tell you what I feel is going to happen. If the Congress wins, how does it behave in its negotiations with the opposition? Does it feel extra emboldened beyond what it should be? That's a problem. That is a potential problem. I hope that does not happen. Second, organizationally, this is going to be beneficial for the Congress because resources-wise, it's an important state. Second, now that you have a victory under the belt, can the top leadership in any way do something in Rajasthan with higher authority? And then, of course, the positive spillover effects in states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. Also, Telangana goes to the polls later this year, and Revanth Reddy is considered very close to DK Shiv Kumar. So how does that play out? That could be a positive for the Congress. So I think there's positives. My fear is that if the Congress wins, I just hope it doesn't start thinking that, you know, we are back and we don't need anybody. So that is something they need to be humble.
And also the perils of looking at a state election in the same way as you look at national elections. But we can get to that later when we have a decisive set of numbers. At the moment, the Congress has really increased its lead.
It's getting decisive, Barkha. This is now the Axis My India territory. 127 Congress.
Are we willing to call it yet, or are we still waiting for another 10 minutes? I think let's wait for another 10 minutes.
As any responsible
just out of prudence.
Exactly.
Just out of prudence. Okay, before Prashant ji responds, I want to actually play out Chief Minister Bommai's statement. He was asked whether the BJP would consider joining hands with the JDS if it came to that to stop the Congress from forming the government. This is what he said.
Sir, what is your comment? How you are confident now? Everyone is saying Congress. Priyanka Kharge says that we will win by majority. Win by majority, and there is no chances for hung assembly and at all.
Even I say that there is no chance for hung assembly. We will win with comfortable majority, and I am very much confident.
So last time also there were allegations of BJP making up, Operation Lotus kind of a situation here in Karnataka.
No, see, we never did it. 1 year they only ruled. No, 1 year it was a coalition government, and it failed miserably.
Sir, DK Shiv Kumar says
they did the unholy alliances.
Sir, DK Shiv Kumar says that Congress party will come around 141 is what he is guessing. How much is confident?
Let him be happy with 141 till tomorrow. The reality will be there.
Sir, who would be the chief minister's face for BJP, sir?
Let us see. Let us have a legislature party.
But sir, your sir, JDS is very confident, and they said we will be the definitely kingmaker, and they already decide to whom they are going.
I just saw this thing that Kumaraswamy said will not become king, will become king. And everybody has got his own right to have his own assessments. I don't know. I don't want to comment on other party leaders' assessments. I got my own assessments.
Your comments on R. Ashoka's statement yesterday, sir.
I don't know. I have not talked to him. What is his B plan? I'm not aware.
But sir, overall, one important question: how and why you are so confident after this exit poll? You think that all exit poll will be wrong?
It has been proved wrong last time in 2018.
Yes, sir.
The same thing will be proved wrong this time.
Okay, I think we're now at a stage where the Congress has established a decisive lead. I'm using the word carefully, a decisive lead over the BJP. The Congress is now ahead in 127 seats, and the BJP is lagging behind, leading only in 78. It doesn't. These numbers haven't changed, or rather, the scale of the gap hasn't changed for the last 10 minutes or so. Prashant ji,
Barkha, it's gone up to 135 to 70 now. 135 to 70.
Okay, so the gap has become even more significant. Kartikeya there is making the point that the Congress is now leading in 130 seats. Prashantji, the point made by Gautam of the Congress was that, somewhere the BJP will now look to insulate the Prime Minister and the Modi factor from a defeat, if it is to be a defeat, which is what the numbers at the moment are possibly suggesting, if these numbers hold. Oh my God, the Kartikeya, you want to give us a numbers update because it just really changed, Kartikeya?
Yeah. So Barkha, at this point, Congress 137, which is roughly 57 seats above its 2018 tally. BJP down to 68, which is 36 lower than its tally. JDS 17, which is 20 lower than its 2018 tally. So Congress now pulling ahead, and as I said, we are now coming to the end of the power play. Right?
Yeah.
So coming to the end of the power play, things will now start stabilizing. And if they stabilize at this point, it is possible the Congress might further stretch its lead, because we see as rounds get counted, and there are a lot of experienced journalists here, as rounds get counted, the party in the lead tends to pick up. At this point, Congress 135 to BJP 70, although one more source telling us Congress 137 to BJP 68. Either way, the Congress in the 130 territory and the BJP in the 65 to 80 territory.
Okay, I was going to get Prashantji to come in, and then Asha had a point as well. And Prashant, my question is picking up from what the Congress spokesperson said. He said that you will then remove Modi ji's picture and put Nadda ji's because you'd rather insulate Mr. Modi from the blame of a defeat. There's Gautam there on the screen. We also have B.S. Nagaraj, senior journalist, joining us. Prashantji, go ahead. Can we unmute Prashantji? Yeah.
2018 we lost. 2018 we lost the Rajasthan polls. We did not complain. And in Himachal, it came close due to our rebel candidates. We lost Himachal. We are not complaining there. See, in these elections, any of the elections for that matter, we are not shying away from a responsibility. None of our leaders shy away from taking responsibility. Unlike in the Congress, when they shield the Gandhis to the core, and they're wanting to give credit to Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, her husband, her children. Everybody in the Congress family can get credit for wherever Congress wins, but not a finger will be pointed. They will never take responsibility if Congress loses. Who took responsibility when they came down from whatever they had to 44 in 2014 to 52 in 2019? The Gandhi family has never taken responsibility. Whereas in our party, we ensure that we work back on the ground wherever we lose and ensure that we come back to power. You're going to see it in Rajasthan, what's going to happen in 2023 now. Congress will be wiped out in Rajasthan because whenever we have lost, we have made sure we work on the ground for the next 5 years and ensure that we come back to power. Unlike the Congress, which wanting to shield only the Gandhis, and perennially they've been shielding them, this shielding won't continue for long. And our leaders have never shied from taking responsibility. And if any of the results, in our case, this is still early things, but in some of the regional channels, what they're portraying, 84 to BJP and 95 to Congress. So the lead is only 11 there in one of the regional channels. So therefore, we have to see the numbers.
This is the vote. So this is the vote share. But what actually happens is this is what the seats are looking like right now, Prashantji. 137 leads, and to the BJP 68, JDS at 17. And if you look at the vote share, of course, it also depends on how spread out your vote share is, how concentrated your vote share is. So the vote share seat ratio is a subject for psephologists. I want to just bring in Prashant, one last comment from you, because I know we have you only for another 3 minutes, and then I'll get the others in. I want to talk a little bit about the Yediyurappa factor. Do you believe if this holds and the BJP actually loses, and that's if the numbers hold, that's what it looks like at this point. Do you believe that Mr. Yediyurappa's marginalization, as it were, the fact that he was on the margins of this campaign, the factionalism within the BJP has hurt it? Prashantji.
See, we can't call that Yediyurappa was sidelined at all. But if people have decided not to back us, which is not the case, but going by your numbers, whereas I'm still telling the difference in the regional channels, what they're showing is only about 14 seats. Now BJP is 83 and Congress is 97. So it is fluctuating. So it's very close election to call even now. So therefore, the question of sidelining Yediyurappa ji and whose name take the blame will not arise. And at the end of the day, whichever way it holds up, our leaders will never shy away from taking responsibility in case we do not do as well as we expect. But I would like to end on a positive note. We are sure of our Karyakartas who worked on the ground, and therefore we know that these leads would change in minutes, and probably by 11 o'clock, by maybe 11 or 12 o'clock, you would
We'll
see
see you. We'll see you later in the day.
reversal, and BJP will be leading, and we will form the government.
Okay, we'll see you later in the day, Prashantji. Thanks for being a good sport and remaining an optimist through this roller coaster of numbers. Thank you very much. Asha, you wanted a point. I can see Dilip Cherian joining us. Good morning, Dilip. But Asha, Ramesh, a last point from you before we let you go. Asha, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, Barkha. I just thought that now with the Congress leading with 137 seats and has been quite stable for some time, probably they might lead. The only thing is that once they lead, I think it's an opportunity of a lifetime for them to really prove themselves, because then they would also be the main change makers for the forthcoming general elections next year. So that's my last word. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Asha. We will continue to debate whether we can draw a linear link between a Congress win in Karnataka and national politics, because again, I will remind everybody that Karnataka was swept by the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections. Kartikeya is with us. B.S. Nagaraj is with us as well. We still have Gautam of the Congress. Smita Gupta is with us as well, and Dilip Cherian is joining us as well. I just want Kartikeya to give us the numbers position. Kartikeya, numbers please.
Yeah, Congress 131, Barkha, BJP 73, JDS 18. At this point, any source you look at, whether it's the source we are looking at or another credible source or even the Election Commission, they're all pointing in the same direction. Election Commission is a little slow. JDS 18, and as we've been saying now for some time, I think this is one safe conclusion that we can draw. The JDS is decline has become a reality. It wasn't just in the exit polls. If at all, the exit polls were giving the JDS something in the 20s, but at this point the number is 18. The Congress, single largest party, seems poised for a comfortable majority at this point, I think, with 131 leads to BJP's 73. I don't think we're looking at a hung assembly at this point, although once again, I would like to hedge my bets and maybe wait for another 20 minutes or so. But this is a sort of result that Axis had predicted. And then yesterday, C Voter had also added marginal seats to its calculations to show, ABP had showed that 120 to 140 was C Voter's range as well. So it's falling in that bandwidth that was given to us by two of the leading pollsters in sort of electioneering in India, and that sort of is the story of the day.
Okay, so we're still holding back from calling it, because we had the BJP spokesperson Kartikeya insist that the regional channels of Karnataka, the regional feeds, are presenting a more closely fought election. But we have some sense of the swings now, and I can see Varun Singh, Zainab Sikandar on screen, Dilip Cherian, B.S. Nagaraj, and Gautam of the Congress Party. But I just want you to take a look at the swings at the present moment. This is hugely important. Kartikeya, you want to just take us through this quickly?
So, sure, Barkha. So, Congress is gaining 51 seats, huge, and most of them coming from the BJP's quota. Although as a percentage of the BJP's total seats, it's 30% of the BJP's seats from 2018 going to the Congress. JDS, the absolute number looks small. It's just 19. But that's over 50% of what JDS got in 2018. So JDS is losing 50% of its seats, BJP losing 30% of its seats, and Congress making a handsome gain of above 60% to its tally. That's the key story here. And if you were to just go region by region, whatever data I have so far, Hyderabad, Karnataka is where the Congress is doing well. And this is Mr. Kharge's territory. And as I said, demographically very suitable for the Congress. Congress doing better in Old Mysore. Congress picking up seats in Mumbai, Karnataka, which is a BJP bastion with a strong Lingayat presence. BJP doing well in coastal Karnataka as expected, but even in central Karnataka, which is the Shimoga region where Mr. Yediyurappa comes from, while the BJP is holding on to certain pockets, the Congress is doing decently. It's picking up seats even there. So the Congress is secular pickup across different regions. And just to say, what you were saying earlier, the Congress is now 123 to BJP 77 and JDS 22. So this has gone down for the Congress in the last minute or so. So as I said, we'll still wait for another 15-20 minutes to take a call as to which way this is going. But as of now, it seems the Congress is in the lead, but that lead has thinned from 137 to now 120 in favor of the Congress.
We need to update our numbers to reflect the latest position, but the Congress is ahead. As Kartike, we update these numbers quickly on our screen. They're showing the Congress a little bit ahead, more ahead than it is right now. It's ahead in 120. I just want to bring in comments now from our guests. We also need to go across to my colleague Harshit, who is on the ground in Karnataka. Can we have the numbers up, please? Okay, let me actually get Dilip to come in on what's at stake here. Dilip Cherian, do go ahead. It looks like the Congress is up ahead. The import really of a Congress win possibly in Karnataka. Dilip.
And I think that broadly the implications of a Congress win are as much on Karnataka as on the elections that are coming up shortly hereafter. That's one. The second thing is that it will probably be an endorsement of the thesis that it is always better to allow a strong regional leadership to lead any regional election. That's the second big theme that needs to run through whatever we are seeing today. And the third thing that we will see is that if a house is divided, any house is divided, then the implications of that on seats as well as the on-ground motivation to people getting, people to the booth, etc., is hugely affected. I would say these are the big things that will come through in the conversation as we go along. If the Congress does win very handsomely, the spoils of state should not become something that becomes the next story. And I worry very often with the Congress that becomes the emerging story for too long after any victory.
Yeah, and the numbers are still going up and down, up and down, up and down again. Kartike, do go ahead. Kartike.
Barkha, yeah. From 137, the Congress has dipped below simple majority now. 110, BJP 85. But what has happened interestingly is the BJP hasn't gained so much. The JDS has gained. 27 JDS, Congress 109, BJP 85. It's getting tight. Maybe it's converging with the regional channel that you were mentioning earlier. But again, Congress in the lead. At this point, what the main story is, in the last 2 or 3 minutes, the JDS has gained at the expense of the Congress, not so much the BJP.
Okay, we have Shatabe Shivana also joining us. Good morning to you. I just want to play from my colleague Harshit, who's on the ground in Karnataka, a sense of the mood on the ground. Let's listen in, and then we'll get reactions from our panel.
All right, so I am at the Congress Party headquarters in Karnataka as of now. Initial leads आनी शुरू हो गई हैं. मैं यहाँ पहुँच गया हूँ. I'll speak to the people. कुछ वर्कर्स हैं. हालांकि बहुत ज्यादा अभी वर्कर्स यहाँ पर इकट्ठा नहीं हुए हैं. मीडिया ज्यादा है, लेकिन मैं पार्टी ऑफिस में अंदर जा रहा हूँ. यहाँ पर कुछ वर्कर्स आए हुए हैं, सपोर्टर्स हैं कांग्रेस के. उनसे बात करते हैं इनिशियल लीड्स में. हाउ डू दे फील? सर, इनिशियल लीड्स आ गई हैं. कांग्रेस इज लीडिंग. आप एक बार प्लीज थोड़ा सा खड़े हो जाइए. इनिशियल लीड्स आ गई हैं. कांग्रेस लीड कर रही है. हाउ डू यू फील? क्या आपको लगता है कि कांग्रेस शाम तक सरकार बना पाएगी?
हाँ, बिल्कुल सर. 130 अबव सीट्स कांग्रेस जीतने वाली है. हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
बट मेरे को ऐसा सेलिब्रेशंस वगैरह कुछ
नहीं, अभी तो वर्क करे ना सब लोग. अभी वही इसमें है ना. अभी थोड़ी देर अभी टोटल अभी पोलिंग बूथ में है. अभी रेस्ट में है. थोड़ा मेहनत करे सो अब आते. अब आने के बाद 12 बजे के बाद से आप देखो शाम तक आज जुलूस नहीं, पूरा कंटिन्यू जुलूस रहेगा जब तक.
आपको क्या लगता है कांग्रेस जीतेगी?
यही है 144 जीतेंगे. 144 नहीं वही बोला ना. डीके ने बोला है 140 के ऊपर है ना, इसलिए वो डीके जो बोला वही होएगा कर्नाटक में, दूसरा कुछ नहीं.
डू यू थिंक कि जेडीएस किंग मेकर बन जाएगा शाम तक? या आई थिंक जेडीएस
डीके शिव कुमार जो बोले 141 देश बराबर 100% बनेगी कांग्रेस हुकूमत बनेगी.
में करिए डीके, इसमें कोई फर्क नहीं है.
खड़गे साहब है, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है, उनके क्षेत्र में हैदराबाद कर्नाटक में पूरा क्लीन स्वीप करेंगे कांग्रेस, पूरे के पूरे सीट कांग्रेस जीतेंगे उधर, और हिंदुस्तान में कर्नाटक वाले बता देंगे क्या है हिंदू।
अगर कांग्रेस जीत जाती है जैसा आप बोल रहे हो, तो क्या चीफ मिनिस्टर आप डीके शिव कुमार को देखना चाहोगे स्टेट का?
वो तो हमारे खड़गे साहब, सोनिया गांधी साहब, राहुल गांधी जी ये तय करेंगे,
वो लोग डिसाइड करेंगे, लेकिन आपकी इच्छा क्या है एज अ वर्कर? आप किस लीडर को ज्यादा?
तो ऑलरेडी सिद्धरामैया साहब 5 साल पता है गवर्नमेंट कैसा करे बोलते। हाँ, और कांग्रेस में डीके शिव कुमार साहब बहुत सीएम रेट के बहुत लोग है, एक आदमी नहीं, सिद्धरामैया साहब है, डीके शिव कुमार साहब है, एमपी पार्टी का बहुत लोग है, कांग्रेस में बहुत बड़ी पार्टी है।
ऑलराइट, तो जैसा भी आप लोगों ने देखा इनिशियल रुझानों में यहाँ के लोगों को ऐसा भरोसा है कि जैसे डीके शिव कुमार ने अपने बयान में कहा कि 140 प्लस सीटें आएंगी, इनका वर्कर्स का मानना है कि सर उतनी सीटें आएंगी। हालांकि जैसा मैंने इनसे बात की, बहुत ज्यादा सेलिब्रेशन अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ है, लड्डू बनने शुरू नहीं हुए हैं, पेड़ा कर्नाटका का पेड़ा खास बनना शुरू नहीं हुआ है, बट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग अगर कांग्रेस जीतती है तो यहाँ पे वर्कर्स और आएंगे धीरे धीरे, और जश्न का माहौल यहाँ पर दोपहर तक हो जाएगा। बरका,
Okay, it's too early for Jashan by any party. The numbers have been changing continuously. This is a sense of the swings now. The Congress, which earlier looked like it was gaining in 51 seats, is gaining still handsomely in 29. The BJP dropping in 19. The real story is the end. This looks like it will hold the end of the JDS, which has actually dropped in 37 seats. Okay, let's go around our panel. Dilip, one question to you: Is this moral?
No, sorry, Barkha, sorry, just one quick correction. This is not minus 37 for the JDF. We're correcting it, it's minus 10. They have dropped from 37 to 27. Yeah,
37 was the number of seats they had the last time. I was also a bit confused reading that out, and I was wondering. That's meanwhile Priyanka Gandhi praying at a temple in Himachal Pradesh. Those are images coming in as well. Let's please correct that number on our screen when it comes to the JDS. But Dilip, the question I was going to ask was, would you be wary of drawing conclusions about national politics from a Karnataka win if it does go the Congress way? Or would you believe that that's legitimate given how aggressively the Prime Minister himself campaigned from the front lines of this campaign?
I would be rather skeptical about drawing conclusions onto the national elections as a result of this. I know that the enthusiasm will carry a lot of us into speculation territory, and a lot of people will want to, make projections based on this. This is not a national election. And I think more than almost any other state, certainly much more than the state which went previously to elections, which is Himachal, this has been a very regional battle. And I think that despite attempts to bring in all kinds of issues at the fag end of the campaign, this stayed a regionally fought election. And that is the way state elections have been in recent times, though I guess that in the first few years of the NDA government, the impact of the huge NDA dominance was playing a huge role. So today I would say that to draw conclusions about national elections and 2024 based on whatever result comes out in Karnataka would be premature and would be mistaken.
Let me just get Shatabish of the Congress. Are you feeling a little bit nervous at all? Because this has been going up and down. We saw the Congress workers at the party headquarters saying DK Shivakumar's forecast of 141 is going to come true. It may well, but the numbers have been going up and down. Any nervous moments this morning, Shatabish?
Good morning, Barkha. We are not nervous at all. In fact, we are quite elated with the early trends. We're happy, we're satisfied. I would like to congratulate all the workers, all the Congress Karyakartas who have spent abundant...
You're sure you're going to form the government because you're already congratulating everybody?
Yes, I am. We are hopeful. Again, it's the early trends, but we are extremely hopeful that we will form the government. We will attain the a simple majority. And yes, the Karyakartas, our party leaders have worked really hard. They have worked on the ground. They managed to connect with the people of Karnataka. They connected with the issues of the people of Karnataka, and they managed to deviate the BJP's tactics to deliberately derail the people from real issues. We were able to overcome Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah's natak in Karnataka. The 91 times Crybaby natak has failed. The Trouble Engine natak has failed. The Double Engine natak has failed. The Bajrang Dal to Bajrang Bali natak has failed. Everything has failed. The people of Karnataka are intelligent. They are extremely focused on local issues. They are focused on bringing Congress back into power and ruling out a corrupt BJP.
I think we have a question on the screen for you, but Karthikeya is wanting to come in with the numbers update. Yeah, Karthikeya.
Yeah, Congress once again crossing the halfway mark. Barkha, 117 to BJP's 80 and JDS's 22. What is interesting to note is not just the Congress's gains and losses, Barkha, but also where are they coming from, right? So in the last 5 minutes, as I said earlier, the Congress was losing out to JDS. Now the JDS has gone down, the Congress has net benefited. So this is very interesting. Congress has picked up seats both from the JDS and the BJP. So these dynamics, so now Congress is 114, BJP 82, JDS 23. It's changing by the second. So this number was correct 2 seconds back, but it's not correct anymore.
Okay,
but,
we have a yeah. Sorry,
but for long enough now, I think one can at least say that the Congress's lead has been there. Congress has been
stabilized. What we know so far is the Congress is ahead of the BJP, comfortably ahead of the BJP. We just don't know the gap. Right now, the gap is where the story is. We also have a comment. Maybe Dilip wants to take. Shatavish is back. If the Congress does manage to hold the pattern, would you call it? Can I have the question back? I was actually reading the question. Okay, let me actually take it back myself. If the Congress manages to hold the pattern, would you then call its manifesto strategically aggressive? The talk of the Bajrang Dal ban, the new reservation policy. For once, did the Congress appear decisive than dilly-dallying? What would you attribute a win to if it's a win all the way, Shatavish?
I would attribute the win to the local leadership. Sri D.K. Shivkumar and his organizational skills. There was a robust mechanism amongst our Karyakartas. And of course, there is Sri Siddaramayaji's mass appeal to the people of Karnataka. He has led an efficient, non-corrupt 5-year government, which provided the people and targeted
Well, we just lost you there. I think, I don't know, maybe some network issues. But the important point that you're making is you're talking about local issues. And Dilip made this point that this is not a national elections, and any extrapolations for national politics would be dangerous. Let's bring in Mr. Nagaraj, Varun and Zainab, who've been waiting very patiently. Mr. Nagaraj, any surprises that you see in the numbers so far? The Congress now leading in 114 to the BJP in 80. The JDS is at 24. So, of course, depending on the gap, there could still be scenarios where the BJP might try to join hands with the JDS. We don't know. But, of course, this gap could also widen as more counting comes in. Mr. Nagaraj.
Thanks, Barkha. I wouldn't have been surprised, had the results been any different. One thing is that, we also need to see what happened in 2018. In 2018, the Congress was facing anti-incumbency. Mr. Modi was, 4 years into his prime ministership. His popularity was at its peak. And, Yediyurappa was still the strong man in Karnataka. The Lingayats were behind him. But still, the election results threw up, the results, finally in the seats that the BJP got was just 104. So maybe that is the saturation point that the BJP may have reached. That is showing even now, because they have not been able to build upon that, 104 seats that they got. Whereas the Congress, which got 80 seats in 2018, has been able to make up those numbers, to reach maybe the majority mark or even go beyond that. So that point I wanted to make basically.
Yeah, Varun, just jump right in. I think you've been, you had a very interesting tweet in the morning. The Congress, of course, has been expecting, D.K. Shivkumar has placed his expectation at 141. We're not there yet for the Congress party. The Congress, the Congress needs to cross 100 and, I think 120 to feel comfortable and not find that its MLAs are vulnerable. Now, D.K. Shivkumar has said none of our MLAs will be poached this time. But, we're waiting for these numbers to stabilize. I think Kartikeya made the point. The Congress lead has stabilized. The Congress lead, we have not seen a shift in that. Now it's a scale of the gap. Varun, your thoughts?
If I have to talk about the lead specifically, then I think the BJP did a lot of blunders. Yadurappa going, and this would be the first time the Congress has managed to hammer the BJP in such a big way. And not only that, congratulations to all the Congress leaders who at local level for the first time, they also have realized understanding the local leaders is the best thing to go with when it is state elections or local body elections. So local leaders have performed well. The Bajrang Dal issue, probably we all overread it if the trends continue. And honestly speaking, whatever the numbers of BJP has increased, you need to thank the Prime Minister, because I don't see any single leader in BJP who had the charisma to take these numbers over here. Name one of them, and I don't see. But to be honest,
that's a very important point. You're saying without the Modi factor, these numbers could have looked even worse for the BJP.
Absolutely. And to be honest, I'm still a bit hopeful that BJP will reach 100, because that is what I have been getting, in spite of, seeing the numbers in old Mysuru. BJP has been, oh my goodness, I can't even use that word. Congress has got so many seats over there. In all the belts where, DK Shivkumar, not being such a big leader amongst his community itself, but he has managed to drive he's a good administrator. He might not be, he's a backdoor administrator, and he has done very well. Fantastic performance by the Congress over here. But I hope, they don't go ahead with that nasha in the head, which they do when they win, and they continue with it.
So yes, I think it will be interesting to look at the region-wise breakup once we actually are able to say, what the gap is. Dilip, before I go to Zainab, okay, before I actually go to Zainab, Dilip, I have a question for you, and that is on the Modi factor. Sure. Varun Singh made the point. That if Prime Minister had not been at the front line of this campaign, it could have looked, worse for the BJP. When you look at, you said it's not a national election, but the BJP would have wanted it to be like a national election. How do we look at the Modi factor in these elections? Yeah.
Much as they would like to make it a national elections, when regional issues dominate, it's impossible to turn it into a national elections. That's been proven time and time again. The real trick of any regional election is to make sure that party leaders of whichever party bring up significant regional issues to the fore well in time. The Modi factor, as you call it, is very important for one thing, and that thing alone, which is to drive passion into the Karyakartas of the BJP. The problem then is that when the Karyakartas are divided in terms of their loyalties, the fact that they are excited by the arrival of Modi and the kind of, the kind of ripple effect that he runs through the entire system, it does help, but it only helps to stem the rot of problems within themselves. So it is, as we always understand, a double engine is always a bit of a risk, because if the local engine is pulling in a different direction, then the impact isn't as significant as double engine would work.
Okay, let's bring in Zainab now. Zainab, the BJP will want to stress the local factors. The Congress, while actually, applauding its local leadership, will feel the temptation to bring in the Gandhi factor. And there is going to be a focus on that. If the Congress doesn't form the government, of course, the story could be different. We're already seeing those are images of Congress workers celebrating at the party headquarters in Bengaluru. Zainab, go ahead with your thoughts.
The Congress has already started tom-tomming the fact that it was all Rahul Gandhi's doing, this entire win. I don't know if you've seen their latest tweet. They've tweeted a video of Rahul Gandhi, with a song behind which says, "I'm unstoppable, I'm invincible," So, and I don't think that
let's actually bring that up on our screen. The tweet, the tweet that Zainab is talking about, already kind of crediting Rahul Gandhi. Yeah, Zainab, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, the reality of the matter is that entire congratulations and compliments to the local leadership, DK Shivkumar, Siddaramaiah, even Mallikarjun Kharge. These are the people who are really, at the helm of affairs when it comes to Karnataka campaign. And this was completely from the manifesto to the campaign, and the way the election was fought was completely locally, focused locally. All issues which were, troubling the locals of Karnataka, the regional, issues, everything was picked up by the cadre of Congress on ground. And that is how I think they have reached so far. In fact, I was not expecting the numbers to be so high up. I still was expecting a hung assembly like last time. And I was expecting JDS to come in, as a coalition partner. But it seems that Congress has actually done really well. So all compliments go to the local leadership. I would also like to say, once again, Karnataka has proved that they will not give their votes to the person in power. Anti-incumbency really is a factor since 1985. The trend in Karnataka has been that the ruling party is not able to secure majority in the next election. This is a fact. And it has still been maintained. So, there are no surprises here. This is not an unprecedented, unpredictable sort of voting trend. Another factor that I'd like to say is that BJP has still retained most of its voters, especially the coastal region. The coastal region has en masse voted. If you see the trends right now, all the coastal regions, the Gaur, Saraswat, Brahmins, the Konkanis, they have voted for BJP.
By the way, the tweet you were talking about is on the screen now. The Congress is not really waiting for this election to be officially called. It's already congratulating Rahul Gandhi, and that's the point you were making with the song "I'm Unstoppable." And there it is. And I'm sure we'll have things to say about this. Does that amuse you?
It amuses me greatly. I find it extremely immature. And, I'm called out and trolled for this, thinking I'm some stooge for BJP. I mean, that's like the most weirdest combination, a Muslim woman, considered to be a stooge for BJP and speaking. I mean, I'll be trolled endlessly for this, but this is immature. This is not right. I mean, the local leadership is how Congress has reached where they've reached in Karnataka. Look at the mess they were in 2018. Can we forget that? I mean, I was wondering which resort will be booked right now if the gap between Congress and BJP becomes a little less. So let's, Congress, overemphasizing how great they are and how invincible they are. It's always amusing because, they have a lot to prove right now. One election won't do it, 2 elections won't do it, even 5 state elections won't do it. And 2024 is just around the corner. If they think this is an indication for 2024, they're fooling themselves. Everyone knows.
And the other point is that this tweet, Shatabish, if I can ask you that, and anyone in our panel wants to jump in, do indicate that this tweet could have, even if the Congress believes it's on its way to form the next government, it could have also shown images of Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. But this tweet is all about Rahul Gandhi. It hasn't, it's a bit odd, Shatabish. What do you say? I know I'm putting you on the spot there, but go ahead.
No, not at all. Like the elections in Karnataka is the first major election after the completion of Bharat Jodo Yatra, and the Bharat Jodo Yatra was a major, massive success in the state of Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi and his yatra has contributed immensely for this election as well. The people were able to connect with him. The people were able to connect with the local leaders as well. It is a combined effort. It is collective leadership. And yes, Rahul Gandhi is our face. Mallikarjun Kharge ji is our face. DK Shivkumar ji and Siddaramaiah ji are the front runners of the Congress party, and they have contributed.
Are you worried? Okay. Are you worried about? Sorry, I'm so sorry I'm interrupting you. I'm so sorry I'm interrupting you. But the number that I know Karthike probably has his hand up for the same reason, that the JDS is now leading in 29 seats. And I'm just wondering if there is a scenario, Shatabish, where you need to worry about the JDS and the BJP coming together. Are you worried at all about that? Or do you believe these numbers, the gap will increase as the counting is completed?
No, not at all. We believe, and we have a strong belief in the fact that our numbers are going to consolidate. We are going to form government. We will attain simple majority, and that is a fact. We are not bothered about the numbers dropping. We are not bothered about the coalition. Yes, the BJP's under tactics will be in place right now. after looking at their numbers. But we are quite strong and sincere.
Okay, the point you made about that tweet that credits Rahul Gandhi is that the large measure of this is about the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and I want to actually take that to our panel. Kartikeya, do you have a leads update for us before that? Yes, go ahead. Can't hear you, Kartikeya. Okay, let's come back to you when you can get that fixed. I want to bring in Mr. Nagraj. Mr. Nagraj, do go ahead.
Yeah,
Mr.
Barkha.
Nagraj.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Kartikeya. Yeah.
So Barkha, Congress 110, BJP 80, JDS gaining in the last few minutes. Until 2-3 minutes back or 5 minutes back, the Congress was touching the 120 mark, but now this has gone down. But so it's still moving up and down. Although another source telling us 116 to the Congress. The Congress for some time though has been comfortably above the 110 mark. And I would just add one more comment to what Zainab was saying. One point I'm going to pick on is this whole idea that, you know, states vote alternatively for different parties. It's not a given anymore. Even to cash in on that anti-incumbency,
but it's been Karnataka's history for 38 years.
But Barkha, history has been broken in Uttarakhand. History has been broken in Goa.
Sure.
So I don't think that's a given anymore. Give the voter more credit than that, because the voter now wants that the opposition can't just be standing and saying "Mujhe vote do because I am there." No, even if they want to cash in on the most bhayankar anti-incumbency, the opposition has to have a decent campaign, a certain amount of credibility, a local leadership without infighting. All this was missing in Uttarakhand and Goa, for example, or at least one of these condiments were missing in Goa and Uttarakhand. That's why the Congress could not win those elections. It was theirs for the taking. So in Karnataka, they have played it wisely. It's not a wave in the favor of the Congress, but it's a party that has been able to cash in on severe anti-incumbency in a very wise manner. Or business as usual is what they would have called it back in the day. But because the Congress has been in this habit of complicating things for itself, we think it's a big deal. But this is just a normal election where the Congress is just...
I think Zainab was making the point that if your tweet is going to say "I'm invincible" and you're only going to show images of Rahul Gandhi, then that's a disservice.
Half an hour back, Barkha, I had discussed the perils of a Congress victory, one of which was how the Congress becomes overly emboldened with its allies when it wins a state. And one of the other issues is the sort of credit it wants to give to the right or the wrong people. So for sure, that point is well taken. Yeah.
Let's get reactions. Mr. Nagraj, looking at these numbers, can the JDS still be a factor? By the way, the Congress has asked all of its MLAs to not leave Bangalore. They're being cautious. So this is, I don't know if they will need those numbers. We have to wait and see where the gap actually settles. Mr. Nagraj and then Dilip Cherry.
Well, if there is a hung, kind of situation, I mean, the JDS will be salivating at the prospect of that. Mr. Kumaraswamy is away in Singapore.
Yes.
Possibly, keeping in touch with his MLAs from there. I'm sure, the Congress will still be able to, cross the halfway mark. So I don't think there'll be a situation where the JDS will be called into, come into play. So as things stand, yes, I mean, things are changing right now and the seats are going up and down. But I think the Congress will settle somewhere around 120. That is my estimation.
Yeah, Karthik, are you trying to say something? Karthik, if you're trying to say something, you're on mute. Dilip, let me bring you in at this point. What for you, if it is a modest Congress win, a win is a win, right? So the gap won't matter, except we have seen the Congress governments being toppled in states like Maharashtra, in Goa, in Karnataka itself. What is that number at which the Congress would say, okay, now we're home and dry? DK Shivakumar wanted that number to be above 130. Would anything less, leave the Congress a little worried, Dilip?
I think not, Barkha. At this point of time, it looks like anything above 130, and DK Shivakumar is probably right, is a good number for the Congress to wish for. So I don't want to indulge in wishful thinking, but that is what I would call a safe number, because at that point of time, breaking MLAs will become geometrically, arithmetically very difficult. So I think that there are issues there, and I think that that's a safe number. 120 is not a safe number. 120 has been known to be punctured very often by genuine problems with which the Congress is empowered to create for itself. On the subject of this tweet, I just wanted to also weigh in, if I may. I think that just in the way that the tendency of channels and followers to put up JP Nadda's face when the numbers don't look healthy, I think that this irrational exuberance to shove videos in, etc., is something that needs to be avoided. But can it be avoided? No. The reason is that every party has people whose job it is to portray a leader at this point of time. So what is done is something that needed to be avoided. But the fact that it is done is only a sign that everybody is jostling for the space which is available for a potential Congress win.
Yeah. So, of course, I think that's a point well taken, that on both sides of the political divide, Dilip, there's that tendency. In the BJP side, the tendency would be to put the blame, the responsibility at JP Nadda's door. At the Congress side, the impulse is to give credit entirely at Rahul Gandhi's door. And we have this very, very odd tweet that Zainab might be almost missed had you not pointed it out. Varun, you want to jump in? We were just saying the Congress lead is stabilized. The gap is still up for grabs. We don't know the scale of the gap yet. It is, could the Congress still be vulnerable at this point?
In the last conversation, I missed one small point. I was talking about the local leadership, and more than that, I would also like to talk about the booth level workers. The Congress had managed to get, and especially you need to mention DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, in spite of knowing that there are so many differences between them, but they came together to fight this election because they knew that this is their last chance, and they managed to get the booth level worker on the ground. So it is very hilarious and funny. What if the things and numbers change by evening or by in an hour? How will Congress take back this tweet of giving all the credit to Rahul Gandhi? Because you never know. In elections, we have seen there are times when the Congress or the BJP were shown to be leading till 10 or 10:30 or 11, and by evening it has changed drastically. So that is one very important issue over here. And the second important thing is, as I said earlier too, the local leadership of BJP had become complacent. They didn't have a phase. They couldn't tackle the corruption issue. They couldn't tackle the floodings in Bengaluru issue. They couldn't tackle many issues that were very dear to the people in Karnataka. Karnataka is a Samriddha state, unlike many of the states where BJP wins. And in Samriddha state, I always feel that the more you talk about development and infrastructure, things do work, but not taking away the credit from Prime Minister for changing the fortunes for BJP.
Yeah. So, by the way, there's a UP municipal election happening in parallel, and we'll bring you up to speed on that. There, of course, BJP is doing quite well. Karthik, you want to come in on that?
Yeah. So there are two kinds, right? Nagar Panchayat, Nagar Palika, municipality and municipal corporation. And since morning, we've been tracking it, and early leads were giving it to the SP. But as time has gone on, the BJP is ahead, but it's not racing ahead. So, for example, Nagar Panchayat's 544, the BJP ahead in 46, SP in 41. This is keenly contested, because urban centers are supposed to be the BJP stronghold. So anything that, if the BJP doesn't do well in these elections, it may not be great for Yogi Adityanath and the central leader. But even as we speak, Barkha, the Congress is 116 now, passing the majority mark. BJP on 77, JDS 26, and others 5. So this is moving in a direction where I think my sense is that, these elections, some of them at the end of it just start favoring the party in the lead. So it might just build on from here. But again, fluctuation still happening. It will take us another half an hour, I would say 20 minutes or so, to say comfortably as to which way this is going. But as of this point, Congress has a clear advantage because, mind you, these are not postal ballots anymore. This is now actual counting of the EVMs. So one has to consider.
Yeah. Well, the Congress spokesperson Shatavish is with us, and I think Varun raised a very important point on that tweet, and Dilip also, that suppose something goes wrong for your party in an hour from now, wouldn't that tweet be very out of place? Like, has the Congress been in too much of a hurry to both claim and credit victory to Rahul Gandhi? Shatavish. Well, as we said that, though, by the way, I should correct. One second before you respond. The leads have actually increased 40, 16 now to be 77. Go ahead.
I don't understand the problem or the issue with credit. Incisive success in Karnataka. What is the issue? The BJP finds it so convenient to attribute every election success to Sri Narendra Modi ji or the Chanakya Niti of Sri Amit Shah. But when they witness failure, they blame it on the local leaders. Number one, the BJP in Karnataka lacks state leadership. They had to depend on the charisma of Mr. Modi, and he, I believe, he forgot that he's the prime minister, and he was more of a star campaigner in Karnataka. He was trying to undo the mess that the BJP leaders in Karnataka had created for themselves. And I really don't understand the problem with giving our national leadership due credit. What is the problem? They have worked hard. Our local leaders are immensely great as well. We have a robust mechanism. Our karyakartas were enthused and very strong and sincere to their work. I don't see what the issue is. There's always an issue when we give due credit to the national leadership.
Yeah, Janata, let's bring you in. Since you flagged this first, you flagged the tweet, and Barun made the point that what if something goes wrong? Well, at the moment, the Congress is certainly in a comfortable position. But like these numbers are just going up and down. So we've actually hesitated to officially sort of declare this election as over. And we're continuing to be prudent about that. But Zainab, I think Chatavish raises the point, what's the problem? If the BJP can shield the Prime Minister, why can't we give credit to our leaders?
There's nothing wrong in giving credit to Rahul Gandhi, but credit where credit is due, first. Secondly, it's what the baggage which Congress carries, and especially under Rahul Gandhi's leadership, is so huge and full of losses that when you say that why can't we give him credit, you have to see what the past was. And in the past, whenever Rahul Gandhi has been at the helm of affairs of any election, any campaign, in the role of working president, the president of Congress, or the youth leader of Congress, there have been huge losses. So how can you give credit to somebody who's not even a part of that election campaign and has also given you losses in the past? When it comes to Narendra Modi,
I think Shwetavesh is wanting to respond. Go ahead.
Please let me complete my point.
Okay. Once again,
it's absolutely ridiculous to state that Sri Rahul Gandhi wasn't part of the election campaign. He was very much a part of the election campaign.
I'm not saying, sir, he was not a part of the election campaign. Not at all.
I don't understand.
Not at all. I'm not saying that.
BJP or the
okay, once again. Firstly, Zainab is not from the BJP.
You can't tell someone.
Okay. Let me come in. Let me come in. 1 minute. Speak one at a time. Zainab, complete your point, then he can react. Zainab, yeah.
The reason that Narendra Modi is given credit, and I'm no fan here, to tell about Narendra Modi.
I really don't.
Can you please wait and respond after that, please? Yeah. Okay. Zainab, complete your point.
This is the problem with Congress. They are very averse to having any point given to them. They will immediately jump at you. I mean, BJP used to be like that, and these people have become the monsters that they were trying to eradicate. So I find it really funny and amusing that they jump at anyone who has anything to say about them. The reason why Narendra Modi is given credit every time that they win an election is because that he works. So far, in the last 8 years, every time, do you remember the 2017 Gujarat election? It was going totally in favor of Congress. And then there were a couple of roadshows that Narendra Modi did, and he made speeches, and the Gujarat election turned around. Similarly, when it comes to Goa, similarly, when it comes to so many previous elections where people thought Congress had an edge over BJP, but then Narendra Modi came in and the magic worked. Now, Himachal Pradesh is a big example for Congress to learn from. In Himachal Pradesh, the local leadership was the reason they won. So why can't we give credit where credit is due? This is my only question. We are not against Rahul Gandhi. There was a time when they had a video saying "Apna time aayega," right? They used to say that about Rahul Gandhi. So many of us, including me, had shared that video. We thought Rahul Gandhi was the underdog who is going to win, but he didn't. And why can't we accept that? I mean, what's so wrong in saying that no, Rahul Gandhi doesn't deserve? Yes, the Bharat Jodo Yatra was a great initiative. Great initiative. It had nothing to do with Karnataka.
Okay. There's already questions coming in from our members. If it is the local leadership that has swung this from the Congress, what is the lesson to learn in states like Rajasthan? Asks Binu. And I think there are lessons. I can see Radhika Ramasheshan joining us. Good morning, Radhika. And also to Mr. Nagaraj, sir, since you said Mr. Kumaraswamy is away in Singapore, I just wanted to say he's back. He's back from Singapore. He's obviously hoping to be a factor, but at the moment, the JDS is not going to be a factor. This is what the numbers look like on your screen. 115 leads for the Congress leading rather in 115 to the BJP's 78. And you can see a massive gain for the Congress, no matter what the gap eventually is between the Congress and the BJP. And that's important. It is very important. It is a huge set of gains for the Congress. Radhika, your first thoughts. Radhika,
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Wresting a state from the BJP is really no mean task. I mean, I didn't cover these. I couldn't travel in Karnataka this time, unfortunately. But going by the ground reports, it seemed as though the BJP was not yielding too much ground. However, what is surprising is the setback that the BJP has suffered in its own bastions in coastal Karnataka. I was just listening to a region-wise analysis, and Mumbai, Karnataka, which shows that it was an entirely localized election, because in Mumbai, Karnataka, you had the border issue between Karnataka and Maharashtra, and the BJP's state leadership didn't weigh in sufficiently on behalf of the state. It almost seemed as though they were yielding ground to Maharashtra in the dispute. Coastal Karnataka, now that is really astounding, because that is the BJP's original bastion, and it has always stood by the BJP through thick and thin. So somewhere I think, the communal polarization, the Bajrangbali factor didn't work to the extent that the BJP anticipated. However, this takes me back to the last Rajasthan election. I wouldn't call it a rout for the BJP, not by a long shot. It's a defeat, it's a setback, and and credit to the Congress, where credit is due. After all, they've wrenched an important state in the south, and that too from the BJP and not a regional party. It's a certain exit poll talked about 140, 150. I don't see the Congress reaching that mark, but still it's creditable. All the same, and I sincerely hope that they give credit to their local leadership, because it was almost as if Mr. Siddaramaiah carried these elections on his shoulders. Okay. Priyanka campaign, Rahul campaign, even Sonia.
But Radhika, you just missed our discussion on a tweet that the Congress released, where it described Rahul Gandhi as invincible today. There's the tweet. I'm invincible. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable. These are, of course, the words of a popular song, and there's no Siddaramaiah in this video.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate, Barkha. It's time that the Congress starts recognizing, appreciating, and giving credit to its regional leaders. This is what happened in Himachal, and this is exactly what happened in Karnataka. Okay, Rahul walked the extra mile. His Bharat Jodo Yatra might have made some impact, but at the end of the day, conjure up a scenario where there's no Siddaramaiah or no DK Shivkumar to do the heavy lifting on the ground. And what are you left with? Then the Congress wouldn't have got these numbers. It may not even have touched the halfway mark. No, regional leaders are very important, whether it is the BJP or it is the Congress. It is really, at the end of the day, the regional leadership matters, and you have these 4 elections coming up at the end of the year, and if the Congress doesn't start recognizing the importance of Mr. Ashok Gehlot, Mr. Sachin Pilot, and Kamal Nath, and so on, then it's not going to be very good news which comes from either Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh. Or I mean, I'm not counting Telangana, because the BJP has displaced the Congress as the main opposition party in Telangana. So I'm talking about Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, and this is very, very important to give the leadership, the local leadership, their primacy.
And I'm sure they will, but I have a feeling that the primacy of credit will be given to Rahul Gandhi if if it settles down. All right. Hang on. Karthik, you have an update on the numbers for us? Go ahead. Karthik, I can't hear you. Okay, let's give us time for you to sort this out. And let me bring in Dilip at this point. Dilip, this local national debate will continue.
Yeah, Barkha, can you hear me?
No,
Sorry.
Karthik, hang on. I've just given the question to Dilip now. Dilip, go ahead. Can we unmute Dilip, please? Dilip?
Yes, I'm going to try and unmute. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. The local national issue is bound to play out after each state election, especially after significant state elections. And I think that, there is no doubt that patterns do emerge. The point I made a little while ago was that you cannot extrapolate from a state election, however robust the eventual results would be, into a national election for a completely different reason. National elections, like state elections, are fought on leadership. And at the moment, Narendra Modi's leadership, especially in the states of the north, where the bulk of the BJP votes and the bulk of parliamentary seats are, is unquestioned. So that is a problem. And as far as regional issues are concerned, I think that the Congress has a problem of regional leadership getting its place in the firmament of the top leadership of the Congress. The BJP leadership at the state level somehow does not feature at the very apex of decision making. And whether it's family or not, we sometimes tend to overplay the family business, but there are a whole bunch of camp followers who also occupy inordinate space in the Congress decision making system. So that is really what we need to change, if we need to see change, if these regional factors are going to work to the Congress's favor in the national elections. So you should now have a person like D.K. Shivkumar or something playing a much bigger role in the central elections and for the central elections. So in the central leadership and elections.
I just want to, I'm hoping, Karthik, we can hear you this time, because I'm seeing the Congress just one seat above the majority mark that they need. Karthik?
Yeah. So Congress is 114, Barkha, BJP 78, and now it's 117 to 76. So it has stabilized for the Congress, I think, roughly around the 115 mark. It's been a long time. But again, because it's still fluctuating, we're taking some time to call the election. I think, this is now going in one direction, as we can all see. I think that's the update. That's the update for now, I would say.
Yeah. So one
more thing I wanted to add was, so when you look at the Congress's Twitter timeline, it's not just Rahul Gandhi. After that, you have an image of Priyanka Gandhi, and then you have Ashok Gehlot's image as well. So I think my sense is the thought process that might have gone into this is a happy moment. Let's put in Rahul Gandhi, because at the end of the day, after the results come out, it's all going to be about D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. It's also a possibility, because as Radhika ji was talking about Ashok Gehlot, the top tweet right now on the Congress's timeline is about Rajasthan being a model state, with Ashok Gehlot's image right in the middle of it. Now, whether they're trying to give out a signal to Sachin Pilot or the public at large, we don't know. But I'm saying in general that it is possible that the Congress might have just plugged in Rahul Gandhi's image, because they know that after this, the whole focus is going to shift towards D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah once, the CM claims come in. And as we speak, the Congress now 118 to BJP 75.
And also, Karthik, if you can actually do a deeper dive and look at how, because the next question for the Congress is going to be who is going to be their chief minister. And while Mr. Siddaramaiah seemed to be the front runner, D.K. Shivkumar has made no bones about the fact that he would like to be chief minister. And it would be interesting to see how he has performed, or how, in the areas that he controls, and therefore, what his leverage will be at the end of the day. So we'd really appreciate some analysis and some graphics on that. But let me bring in Varun. Varun, go ahead.
Three things I had to say. Firstly, I think the Congress saw us and they heard Zainab, and probably now they are putting up these new tweets complimenting others. Secondly, there was this talk about local leaders coming in. I would like to draw your attention to UP elections because you mentioned of floating. It was floating remark. But in UP, if you see Samajwadi is performing, because they were 0, so even if they win 1 or 2 this time, it would be a great achievement. Why Samajwadi is performing way better than earlier times? Because Akhilesh Yadav and earlier Mulayam Singh Yadav, they would not campaign for these smaller elections. Most of the time you would not see them campaigning for the Nagar Panchayat or the municipal council or the municipal corporation. But this time I'm told Akhilesh Yadav was very much there. He not only campaigned, but he also saw to it that all those leaders who used to refrain from campaigning from smaller elections, thinking that their stature would go down, they had gone. So giving credit to Narendra Modi is one thing over here, because he does what exactly they have been doing for years. And third thing about the CM, the BJP, the Congress might have the numbers right now, but if DK Shivkumar or Siddaramaiah fight goes on, we may have a third Mr. Patil coming in as the CM, or probably one of the upset group might be contacted by someone, and you never know, we may have a Goa or we may have another Karnataka. And last time Karnataka and again in Karnataka soon.
Yeah, so I can see Mr. Sankirta of the BJP, T. Sankirta of the BJP is with us. Namaskar, sir. Are you conceding defeat right now, or are you still waiting to see how these numbers finally stack up?
See, this is the stake and ladder game in counting process. The BJP, if you take the 2018 scenario, by this time I think we were leading in 129 seats, if I'm not wrong, against the Congress, which had a full-fledged majority. But still, we right now, if you take the exact numbers, we are leading in 87 seats. Congress is in 107. So we have a 20-seat gap. We have our ministers who are still on the lower side, but we have confidence that more than another 20-25 of our candidates are yet to concede a lead in the upcoming counting polls, because we have another at least 10 to 12 sets of rounds which are to be counted in the
So you are not calling this election yet. You're not convinced right now that it is a defeat for the BJP, Mr. Sankirta.
Our confidence, we are pretty much evident that we are going to form a government again in 2023.
You are still confident at 10-25?
We are 100% confident.
I would like Karthikeya, our numbers person, to respond to this, because you said the gap is not clear, but the outcome is clear. And you can see Mr. Sankirta, who's obviously on the ground drawing his numbers from probably 4 local feeds. What would you say, Karthikeya?
I would say that he is doing what any party spokesperson should be doing at this point in time. So yeah, sure. I mean, at this point, anything is possible, but probabilistically speaking, the probability that this will now swing towards the BJP is low. A higher probability is that this might move towards Hung, but the highest probability is that the Congress should win with a simple majority of its own. So in that particular order. But having said that, I think the gentleman is absolutely within his right to say that, because he's representing a political party which has high stakes in this particular election. Until the time the final results are out, one can always be hopeful. But my sense is that at this point, the Congress should pull ahead. The second scenario could be with the low probability that there's a hung situation where the JDS and Congress or something like that happens. And the third scenario is that the BJP somehow magically or miraculously swings it in its own favor in the next few minutes. But it's highly unlikely, Barkha.
Well, Mr. Sankirta of the BJP calls it a snake and ladder. Can you just mute that line so I can hear? Mr. Sankirta of the BJP calls it a snake and ladder situation, and it really has been. That has been going up and down. But we're also joined by Amrita Gill of the Congress now. Dilip, you were wanting to come in. Would the scale matter? Would the scale of the win, if it is a Congress win, matter? You have the BJP leader here saying it's not over yet, and we have not called this election yet. I want to stress that. Dilip?
I think the scale would matter. And Barkha, at the risk of being flung off your program, I would also say the race to try and call the election first, which is a natural impulse of all channels, should be avoided because of the fact that it's going up and down a bit. And let's not worry about, the moment we call it versus others, because people forget that. But the robustness of what we discussed and the analysis is what will stand out going ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a very good health warning from you, Dilip, and therefore we, despite the max temptation, we've been holding off. But I'm seeing a lot of guests now join us, and I want everybody to come in. I want Radhika to come in. Radhika, the scale, Dilip says, does matter, and at the moment it's 118 to 75 from our feed, but the feed that Mr. Sankirta is quoting is probably more regional channels. He's on the ground, suggests a kind of closer contest than the numbers we have. So Radhika, go ahead. What is that number? What is that magic figure with which the Congress will be not just happy but also secure?
Yeah, I think the Congress should touch about 125 to 130 ideally. But the trend is more or less clear, Barkha. I don't see the BJP dramatically making up unless if having been eroded in their own bastions of coastal Karnataka and Mumbai Karnataka, the trend in this election is obvious. It is anti-incumbency that has worked through the state. Otherwise, the BJP would have definitely held on to coastal Karnataka. I mean, I'm going back again and again to that region because that was always the BJP, a BJP stronghold. Therefore, as far as I can see, the trend is fairly clear. The Congress is considerably ahead of the BJP. Now, where the numbers stabilize, one has to see where. But the Congress needs a cushion, needs a stronger cushion than the 118 or whatever that is being shown on on Mojo. So I would think that that a 130, 135 figure should be comfortable for the Congress.
Well,
Anything
we're not
less
at
than
that figure.
Is a bit disconcerting for the party.
Karthik, can we switch back to Karnataka? I think Karthik,
Barkha, just to correct Radhika ma'am's point, BJP is doing well in coastal Karnataka. So I don't think so of the 21 seats, BJP leading in 14, Congress in just 7. So I think that part is secured. In fact, BJP was, if there was one area they were secured about in this particular election, the BJP, it was coastal Karnataka. For me, the comfortable figure would be 120. The Congress should touch 120 to breathe easy. Ideally, they would want to go to 140, 150, right? But I think to just be comfortable, they should touch the 120.
I think the point Radhika is trying to make is that at 120, your MLAs are still vulnerable.
I don't think so, Barkha, because 120 is 7 above the majority. Then you have to have the whole Operation Kamal 1 year before general election. I'm not sure that at 120 there is. If it says 115, yes, I might agree with that. But 120 means that the wiggle room in the opposition also goes down. I think 120 is a safe number for the Congress at this point. But again, I may be wrong. With Radhika ji's vast experience, maybe she knows something that I'm not privy to. But if it were like an MP situation where you were just at 114 or 115, needing 116, that's where the trouble begins, in a ±2 range. But 7-8 seat majority, well, if that is the case, then Himachal should be done already, right?
But I want to bring in Sriram Sheshadri. I see he's back with us. I want to bring him in because Mr. Sheshadri, in the morning, you were saying you were expecting a hung assembly and a very close contest. Certainly, the numbers for the Congress right now at this hour are not in that 130 plus that they would have hoped for. And though we are not calling the election, and Mr. Dilip Cherian has reinforced that the prudence of that caution, the fact is that this lead has not interchanged. We have not seen the BJP in the lead in any round of counting so far in the last hour. So the Congress being the single largest party by some distance is quite clear. Do you think your initial analysis was wrong?
Yes, to some extent, yes, Barkha, and probably Congress may emerge as basic 112. At least they'll get their simple majority as the trend shows. As per the Election Commission record, also it is 112, 111, 112 is what the leading that they show. So naturally, and the 6 or 7% vote share difference is what they are showing. So from a hung assembly to simple majority for Congress definitely happens. And I would agree that, even with a simple majority, Operation Kamal would not be performed, at least run up to the parliamentary election. The Congress would form the government. But who will be the chief ministerial candidate? That fight between Congress is going to be very, very crucial because they don't need JDS support for forming the government. Then Siddaramaiah is in the race. If JDS support is needed, then DK Shivakumar is a front runner because Okaliga support, that is all the demand would be. So now between DK Shivakumar, Parameshwara and Siddaramaiah, three camps will start their negotiation. You can't ignore DK Shivakumar and then say that Siddaramaiah will be the chief minister. You can't ignore Siddaramaiah and then make DK Shivakumar chief minister. That puzzle will start within Congress. So BJP did not do any.
Okay, so the point is that we have not officially called this election yet, but can we switch back to Karnataka? I see Mohandas Pai joining us. Good morning, Mohan. Dilip Cherian has been cautioning us to not call this election yet. Take it easy. I need to see the latest Karnataka figures on my screen, please, so we can switch to that. And Mohan, if we can bring you in for first thoughts now. We are now looking at a situation where the Congress is leading in 117 seats to the BJP 76. Though we are not officially calling it, the Congress has now been in lead position for the last 1 hour. And it's not the 130 plus that they would have hoped for, but it's certainly a setback for the BJP. What do you think has actually happened? As a Bangalore man, as a Bangalore sort of titan of industry, an Indian titan of industry, what do you say?
Well, I think what happened was the political instability in Karnataka post the BJP taking over, created a situation where there was not much action on the ground. What Kannadiga got so far was the improvement in the quality of life. They did not have that, neither in the big towns nor in the smaller towns. And there was greater political instability. Corruption became very high among the officials. Now, Barkha, in Karnataka, many people say politicians are corrupt, it's fine. We know how to take care of them. But officials have become extremely corrupt. That means politicians lost control over bureaucrats and they become corrupt, and that hurt people, and that could not be reversed. There was a wave when Prime Minister Modi came and campaigned, but I guess that was not enough. So I think it's anti-incumbency, lack of improvement in the quality of life for people of Karnataka, and frankly, the lead that Congress has in India is surprising. It only shows how much the BJP has come down in the state. It's much more than what they anticipated, or many people anticipated. Everybody thought it's going to be close, but now between the BJP and the Congress leading so much, it's very clear that the disillusionment people have with the BJP role is coming out very, very clearly.
And Mohan, would you say this was the failure, as it were, of the BJP locally? Like the Bomai government failed to deliver on governance, and then of course there was the 40% Sarkara slogan of the Congress that really caught on. 40% commission allegation.
See, Bomai had an opportunity in 15-18 months to really do things on the ground. All he had to do was implement all the programs that are going on the national level and the state level. And the Karnataka budget shows that revenues have gone up hugely, and Karnataka is economically very strong. So everything was in their favor. But I guess they're not able to do it on the ground, and that is showing. And this corruption charge, yes. In fact, the lack of action. For example, we also met the government and told them, please sack 500 bureaucrats for being corrupt. You know who they are. Just sack them to send a message. You're not going to tolerate corruption. Nothing happened. You see, Barkha, corruption has been institutionalized in the state of Karnataka by the bureaucrats. Every department takes money, and the money goes all the way to the top without anybody asking. I mean, it is shocking what is happening. If you go to the BDA, every desk you have to pay a certain amount of money. I met a builder who says there's gone up by 25-30% in every typist gets money. The people called typists. They won't type the thing unless you pay the money, and it goes all the way. And what they have done, they put more people involved in every decision making, so more people make money. And then the seats are sold. You know, the places there are sold, like the Congress said. It's not that the Congress is not going to do it, Barkha. If the Congress comes to power, they're going to be even more corrupt than the BJP. Because please remember, the 24 elections are there. They will at least take away a huge amount of money from Karnataka for the 24 election. This is the richest state in the country. And you can see the leaders of the Congress too. We know who they are, what they are. And some of them are very corrupt. And they will be fighting for power to take more money from Karnataka. So it's not that Karnataka has good days ahead. Whether each of the party comes, unless a party comes to termination, because the 24 elections are going to cause huge corruption in Karnataka. But I think what you're seeing now is the disillusionment of the people and a lack of improvement in the lives. And I think that is showing up very, very well, very hugely here.
Okay, let me actually take Mohan's point and get last comments from Dilip, Varun, and Zainab. Zainab, I'll start with you. Just last thoughts. We're still at a position where I think the Congress would have wanted to do better than this. At least our numbers show 114 to the BJP 78. But the fact that this has been a setback for the BJP is unquestionable, and this is despite the Prime Minister campaigning on the ground very aggressively. Zainab?
Yes, I mean, it must be disappointing for the BJP, but I'd like to point out something that the BJP spokesperson on this panel said. He said, we are 100% sure that we are going to form the government, which is very different from whether they win the election or not. Yeah. And I think that is the key point, because when Congress will start deciding, if they do get just simple majority, if they do start deciding who's going to be their CM face, that's when there'll be trouble in paradise, because that's where Congress, that is the chink in Congress's armor. They're never a united front. So I personally feel that's where the problems will start coming in, and that's where BJP is always a united face, united front. Their cadre is always united no matter how many problems they have. So that is the key point, that BJP is 100% confident they will form government. I think that's what we should remember.
And I will put that in a moment to Mr. Sankirta. On what basis did he say that? Did he say we're going to win it electorally, or is this a post-poll government? Do you want to answer that, Mr. Sankirta? Okay. Sir, can you hear me?
We have another. Yeah, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I told it in that context that we are going to form the government electorally, because we have another 30 seats where our ministers are still trailing. Another 10 rounds of tables to be counted. So on that note, if you say, if you take a 2018 scenario, we were leading in 131 seats by this time. If you take 1030 at the time, we were leading in 131 seats, but we ended up winning only 104. We lost constituencies ranging from 200 votes to 5,000 votes in more than 30 constituencies. So if you take that scenario to a comparison right now, we still have a hope that we'll form the government. That is what is my stand.
And are you still saying that?
Yes, of course. I still stand by my statement, and we will form the government, is what I'm trying to tell.
Okay, Zainab, Mr. Sankirta says he meant electorally, not post-poll. Varun, you want to come in with the last thought, Varun?
Just one minute.
Yeah.
Post-poll is also all the 17 MLAs who resigned came to BJP and they won from the people. They have the people's mandate. So which cannot be denied.
Okay. I hope that answers your question for now, Zainab. We need a clearer situation on the numbers, of course, to even have that conversation. Varun, last thoughts.
I don't think I have ever agreed with Zainab so many times than today. But I think if BJP crosses 80 and JDS remains at 25 to 30, immaterial what Congress gets, I'm sure BJP will have its CM, and Kumaraswamy might be the CM. That is what my final comment is. And thanks to the booth workers, more than Rahul Gandhi, please, Congress leaders, I hope you take this point and go ahead with it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Varun and Zainab. Dilip, before we let you go and we continue our conversation here, we have taken your advice very seriously and not called this election yet, right? Though the trend has not altered for the last hour, but you heard what Varun said. Depending on the gap, are we looking at a scenario of 2018? Mohan doesn't think so, but are we looking at a situation where the JDS plus the BJP have a chance, are in with a chance?
I think the trend we need to look for is very correctly the JDS trend, and it seems to be heading downwards. So that's that always is a stabilizing factor as far as Karnataka is concerned. To my mind, and this is my last word here for now, I would say that the gap needs to be at 125, 130 plus for Congress to have the space to do what it always does, which is the battle between the local titans. So you need to have that kind of number to make sure that if there is going to be a Congress government. As far as the BJP is concerned, I think that the cadre and the leadership being together is one of the great givens. And that is why when I spoke about what is likely to be the projection as far as 2024 is concerned, we need to understand the difference. And that difference is that local leadership needs to be unified. That makes a difference, which is working well at the moment in Karnataka. Thank you.
Okay, Dilip, we'll actually let you go. And at this point, what I actually want to do is play out for all of you what DK Shivakumar said to me. And I'm very interested now in looking at a situation. Amrita Gill of the Congress is with us. Good morning, Amrita. Sorry, we haven't come to you yet. We'll come to you right after this. Let's say it is a Congress government. There are two scenarios we're looking at. We're looking at a BJP plus JDS situation, and we're looking at a Congress government. If it is a Congress government, who will be chief minister? Sriram Shishadri was saying a lot about that. DK Shivakumar has openly declared his ambition to wanting to be chief minister. Listen in to this short clip from an earlier interview he gave to me.
Do you feel bad that despite being the go-to man, the troubleshooter for your party, you have not got your political recognition? Yes, you're the chief of the Congress, but you're not being made the CM face. Do you feel bad about that, at least not officially? How do you see this debate around who will be chief minister if the Congress wins?
See, the party is very clear that we are going for a collective leadership. The Congress party will be benefited if we go on in collective leadership. See, if Siddaramaiah was there last time, he was the chief minister, and the Congress party projected him as the chief minister, and ultimately he could not make its number. Now they feel that we should go on a collective leadership. That is why myself and Siddaramaiah name has been projected, and Mr. Kharge is the ACC president. He is also from our state. So let us put all our faces together and let us bring the party to power. That is our agenda now.
But it's quite significant that you say that Siddaramaiah on his own was not able to pull through, which means that Siddaramaiah needs you, in other words.
No, see, earlier I worked under him as a minister, and we made him the chief minister, and the last election was under his leadership only. We ran the campaign, and he could not get the numbers. That is why ultimately Congress party decided and made me the Congress president. When Mr. Siddaramaiah resigned as the leader of the opposition, since we lost the government, coalition government, and we lost very badly the by-election, then he had to resign voluntarily. So that even the PCC president also, Mr. Dinesh Kundrav, resigned, and both the issues were vacant. It was been decided that Gandhi family decided to appoint me. Madam appointed me, and from that day, last 3 years, I have not slept for a day, even working hard to bring to the situation that all of you are speaking about the chief minister.
So you say you've not even slept for three years, even at 1:30 in the morning, you are awake even right now while we're having this conversation. Do you believe that collective leadership, yes, for the campaign, but do you believe that this time you have a chance at being chief minister?
I will leave it to the party high command. I believe that only loyalty will pay royalty. So let me do my best. Let me first bring the government, then I will leave it to my party.
Tell me in the end again, are you hoping to be the chief minister of Karnataka?
I need all your wishes and blessings, that's all.
Okay, that I think is an answer in itself. And why not? Why should you not wear your ambition on your sleeve? You worked hard for it, as you said. Thank you, DK Shivakumar, for talking to us, and we'll follow up with you as the results come in. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Mr. DK Shivakumar is one of those old-style candid politicians, and I think it's made everyone laugh at this time when we're still waiting for absolute clarity on the numbers. Before I get reactions from Amrita, Mohan, and Radhika, Kartike, quick update, please. Kartike.
Yeah, but at this point, Congress leading on 118 seats, BJP 77, JDS 23. This is what we are getting from our source. But as per the Election Commission, the numbers are not very different either. BJP 72, INC 115, and JDS 30. The key difference is JDS in the ECI is getting 30, whereas the BJP 72. As per our source, BJP 78 and JDS 25. So whatever action is happening between the JDS and the BJP. The Congress's number has stabilized at 115 from both sources. In terms of vote share, Congress, Barkha, as per ECI, is 7 percentage points ahead of the BJP, which tells you that these marginal seats could swing the Congress's way. It is a possibility. Last time, with a 2 percentage point lead, the Congress could not emerge as the single largest party. But this time, their lead is 7 percentage point. In terms of vote share, the JDS is the biggest loser, losing 6 percentage points. So a lot of the gain of the Congress probably coming at the expense of the JDS. One last thing that I should want to add is Varun mentioned that JDS and BJP will come together. The JDS will have to be thinking something very different apart from rationality if they come together with the BJP. Because in Karnataka, the BJP's next frontier is the Vokaliga vote. If the JDS and the BJP come together, you cannot rule out a repeat of what happened in Maharashtra, where the BJP might just end up cannibalizing the JDS. So going with the BJP is absolutely not in the interest of the JDS, is what I believe. So that's
a different, whether it's in their interest or not, the question right now is an arithmetic and political one. Are we looking at, hang on. Are we looking at a number situation where JDS and BJP could get more than the Congress on its own?
At this point, no. At this point, no.
At this point, no. All right.
Yeah.
So Amrita, are you nervous? Any nervous moments? Because this is not the numbers that you would have liked. The party had pitched itself at 130 plus.
Starting up with, we ran a very positive and a spirited campaign in Karnataka, and where the people of Karnataka voted against the 40% commission government. And it's very right from the beginning, when I'm on debate and I'm having conversations, I'm very much clear that we will definitely cross 120 mark for sure. And definitely Congress is going to form the government. It will be the win of voters of Karnataka and the people who want to throw out the government, who can't handle the price rise. There is a corruption, unabated corruption, and law and order situation, everything. So definitely we are forming the government, and that will be 120 plus. So this is initially the scenario was different. Now it's different. And when the conclusion last moment will come and we will have the last round and things will change, and definitely from 115 to 18, we will definitely cross 120 mark.
Okay, I want to bring in Mohandas Pai at this point. Mohan, you heard DK Shivakumar very openly saying that loyalty will lead to royalty and I need all your blessings. If we are in a situation, and it would be very interesting to see what happens if the Congress doesn't do as well as it thought, would there be a big power play Rajasthan style between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar, or do you think that that's not the same situation here and Mr. Siddaramaiah would be the front runner?
Barkha, my view is very simple. DK Shivakumar is the big guy. He's been waiting in the wings for long. He's a money man. He knows how to get money. You can see his net worth, how it has gone up. He controls the purse strings in Karnataka, and maybe he is the person who leads in giving money to Delhi, right? And ultimately, money will talk, and you can't keep the man down. You can't keep him down. Siddaramaiah is much older. I think he's much older than 75. DK has got a good 15-20 years, and DK will want to be the chief minister. Now, whether he'll be the chief minister now if the Congress comes to power, or the chief minister post-24, I don't know. Because I heard many people saying that right now the important thing is to have a stable government, no infighting, and focus on the 24 election, because Karnataka will be a major fund giver for the Congress for 24. Please remember, Congress 24 elections are very, very big for the Congress for survival. They need money. And where will they get money? Money can come from Maharashtra. They lost Maharashtra. They got Karnataka. And who is the person who's going to make sure they get money? It's only one person, right, who knows how to do it. So it'll be very, very powerful. And after 24, maybe he'll become chief minister. The Congress comes to power now. So we don't know, but DK now. DK will be CM one day.
DK Shivakumar will be CM one day. Is that day here or not? That is the moot question. Karthik, I saw your hand going up. You want to come in with an update, and then Radhika. Karthik?
Barkha, the tug of war continues. Thanks to Dilip, we did not call this election. Congress 100 anyway, we wouldn't have called it, just on a lighter note. Congress 105, BJP now stabilizing at 80. Now the tussle is between Congress and JDS. Congress 105, JDS 32. In the last 2-3 minutes, Congress has gone down, but JDS has gained. So this is all over the place right now, still, even as we speak. Again, from the source from which we are getting this. But as per the EC, the Congress is still at 114, BJP 71. JDS, the convergence is happening at 32. If JDS crosses 30, this will be a better than expected performance, I would say, for the JDS. Anything below 20 will
and
be
how do
a
we
very...
how do we even explain it if it holds a 32, Karthik? Because the point is that they were not even seen to be major players in this campaign, and we saw Mr. Kumaraswamy saying, "Not kingmaker, I'll be king again." I mean, what did he know that we didn't?
Well, I don't think, Barkha, that anybody said that they're not a player. I think everybody was saying that their percentage will go down.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference, right? And then in Karnataka, the funny thing is that the vote to seat conversion arithmetic is a little funny. It is possible that at this point, the JDS's leads may be coming from marginal seats, because until the last day, Yashwant Deshmukh was saying that in Karnataka, you have around 50 marginal seats which can swing either way. It is that difficult to predict that nobody can stick their neck out. So we don't know whether these are the marginal seats or are all of these their core seats. If they are the marginal seats, then some might just end up flipping back to the Congress, right? But at this point, we are seeing a repeat of 2018. I can say that, except that BJP and Congress have swapped places. That is the takeaway at this point at 10:53 a.m. on counting day. A repeat of 2018 with Congress and BJP having swapped places.
That's so interesting, and I must say that our sort of guest from the BJP, Mr. Sankirta, has been saying that it's a snake and ladder sort of counting up and down, up and down, up and down. It's not going dramatically up and down, Mr. Sankirta. Congress is very much ahead. The point is simply what that gap is. The Congress is now leading in 106, the BJP in 80, the JDS in 32. Now, I want to play out what Mr. R. Ashok said. He was asked about Plan B. Does the BJP have a Plan B? Is there a Plan B scenario in this state? Listen it.
ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತೀರಿ. ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯನ್ನ ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಬಹುಮತ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾನು ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್, ನಾವು ವೇರ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ, ನಾವೇನು ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿಗಳಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಬಿ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅನ್ನು ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಪ್ರಕಾರನೇ ನಾವು ಚುನಾವಣಾ ತಂತ್ರಗಾರಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ನಾವು.
Okay. Basically, he's saying that I'm ready with the Plan B. Sriram, you want to just tell us what he was saying there?
Barkha, the Plan B would only be to, if there is a tussle on, the hung assembly that I was saying in the morning, naturally, it is beneficial for JDS to align with the BJP, citing 2024 in mind. Earlier, your co-panelists were saying that, if BJP and JDS comes together, Okaliga votes will be consolidated, taken away by BJP, like what happened in Maharashtra. Actually, it is a contrary that is happening. If you look at the old Mysore and southern Karnataka region, DK Shivakumar has consolidated the Okaliga votes. The 6 to 7% drop in JDS vote share has actually shifted to Congress. Not the like exactly what it is, but is the percentage wise when you look at the holistically, it has gone to Congress. The second is number of seats that Congress has gained in the JDS stronghold is about 15 to 16 seats additionally that they've gained, where they have consolidated the Okaliga base. That is what in the morning also I was saying, is there an adjustment politics that HDK and DK Shivakumar made as a pre-poll alignment arrangement for not campaigning effectively, for not spending effectively by JDS there. So for JDS, citing 2024, if BJP forms the government along with JDS in Karnataka, it's all hypothetical. Then Kumaraswamy stands to gain. They may promise something for him in the cabinet in 2024, and stronger JDS coming into NDA, stronger Karnataka performance. All those could be looked at. And Congress, unless otherwise Congress. So who gives a better who does a better negotiation with Kumaraswamy? That's all it will have. That's why.
But I just have to say it is hypothetical for now, because the Congress is ahead. The Congress is ahead.
Congress is ahead. Second point that
this is us playing on the chessboard, right? But go ahead,
Yeah. Second point I want to talk about, Barkha, because I need another 5 minutes. I need to go to another program. The second point that I want to talk about is the tussle between Congress will come out very clearly who will be the chief ministerial candidate. Unless otherwise they touch 140 plus or 130 to 140, then it is going to be, Congress is going to be in a very vulnerable situation for them to break away. Remember, it's not just the two camps, three camps, right? The tall Dalit leader in the form of Karge and Parameshwara, Siddaramaiah being a very able administrator and chief ministerial, past chief ministerial candidate, aspirant DK Shivakumar, who had actually ensured that Siddaramaiah got Varuna, which is a difficult seat to win. So DK has actually ensured that Siddaramaiah would lose. Unfortunately, he is winning it. Maybe again adjustment politics with Yediyurappa and Siddaramaiah on
so
that.
You're actually suggesting that DK Shivakumar has had tactical understandings with people in the BJP camp, Sriram.
No, I'm saying tactical understanding for sure with JDS, and this is not my statement. It is actually JDS statement. Confirmed sources within JDS says that. And the second is, at least DK Shivakumar ensured that Siddaramaiah would not be in a contentious candidate for CMship. That is why he was offered the seat, which will be very difficult for him to win. And we need to see what is the percentage vote share percentage he is winning at. But DK was actually trying to do the planning for his chief ministerialship. So that is where the tussle would come in open when Congress needs to form the government.
Right. I think that's a very interesting point, Sriram. We'll let you go. I want to take Mohan's point to Radhika, also Sriram's point. You can't keep DK Shivakumar down. He will be chief minister one day. He's the money bags of the Congress. He's the troubleshooter of the Congress. He's one of the richest sort of politicians of Karnataka. All of that, and there's a general election coming up. He's also done very well in his own area of South Karnataka. He's consolidated the vocal ligas. Lots of factors going in his favor. Radhika, how does the Congress, if it forms the government, avoid a Rajasthan type situation there?
Oh, to me, Barkha, this has resonances of Rajasthan 2018. Now, let's not forget DK Shivkumar's role in getting a Rajya Sabha seat for the late Ahmed Patel. It was really his single-minded endeavor to flock the MLAs together, resort to resort politics and the rest of it, which ensured a Rajya Sabha berth for Ahmed Patel from Gujarat, where the BJP had thrown in all its resources, all its strategies to defeat Ahmed Patel. So that makes him a very effective strategist. But DK Shivkumar in the popularity, Siddaramaiah in the popularity sweepstakes seemed well ahead of DK Shivkumar. So it is basically, the leadership tussle is definitely going to play out, especially if the numbers look as vulnerable as they are at the moment for the Congress. If it was something like 130, I would say that, Siddaramaiah was probably in a better position to stake his claim as the chief
this graphic, Radhika, on the screen right now is a very telling graphic. It's basically the BJP and the Congress, Karthik, seem to have swapped in the sense that the BJP last time at 104 is leading in 73. The Congress last time had 78, is now leading in 115. And there is almost like a swap in terms of scaling there. Karthik, do you want to come in on that? And I actually wanted Mohan. Can we get Mohan back? But yeah, Karthik, go ahead.
Yeah, Barkha, and in a minute we will also put up some sort of regional splits of how different communities have voted. We have the Lingayats, vocal Liga split, so we're going to do that as well. But you're absolutely right. So see what's happened, right? BJP has held on to its vote share as of now, 36%. Their seat conversion has gone down, which means that they have picked up in areas like Old Mysore, where they're not in a position to win seats, but they're picking up vote share. And they have lost votes in areas where their votes were converting into seats earlier. That is one. Second, the Congress seems to have gained both at the expense of the BJP and the JDS. The JDS seems to have melted away from 18% to 13%, giving away vote share both to the BJP and the Congress, yet its conversion remains solid. So that means that JDS has lost votes in areas or in seats where anyway its conversion would not have happened. So these are the interesting takeaways. Meltdown of the JDS, but keeping its core intact, which is why you see the 30 leads although it's now 28 and the Congress is now 100.
But do you agree with Radhika that the Congress is still vulnerable at this number? If this is the final number, is the Congress vulnerable?
I think anything below 120, the Congress will remain vulnerable, is what I feel. As they keep on moving away from 115 above in the upward direction, things will start getting better for them. But anything below 120, it's not so much vulnerable from the outside, but from the inside. That's another factor that one needs to look at. And I agree with you. DK Shiv. So this combination of DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah is in some ways like Amit Shah and Modi, right? One is the people's person, and one is the organizational man.
Well, with the difference that Amit Shah has never said, I want to be Prime Minister, but DK Shivkumar is saying, I want to be Chief Minister.
No, I'm just thinking of it organizationally,
yes,
Barkha.
Sure.
You have an external face who's very popular. Siddaramaiah is the most popular CM face. But organizationally, who's held it together? It's DK Shivkumar, right? So you have a tussle. You will have a tussle. But, well, we did not expect the Congress to resolve it so well in Himachal. They seem to have done that. We don't know. They might just bring a surprise, and I would actually not like it if a compromise candidate is put up, either a Mr. Kharge or a Mr. Parameswaran. I really don't think that should happen. It should be between the two of them, and then the other person should be accommodated in the most appropriate manner possible.
Okay, I want to let Radhika complete her point and then go to Mr. Sankirta and
you're asking me, Barkha?
Yeah, Radhika, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. The surprise in this whole package is the JDS to me. 28 as against 37. As Karthik pointed out, the conversion rate is not bad at all. Now, if imagine a scenario where the BJP was at 118 or 115 or whatever, and the Congress was at second place. The BJP is poised to form a government on its own. But what would it have done? It would have worked on the JDS, got the JDS to shore up the numbers, and see that it is not as vulnerable as it could be. That is exactly what the Congress should be working on, in my opinion. Reach out to the JDS, make the JDS a partner, a coalition partner. There's no harm at all, no harm done. I mean, I think it's important for the Congress, if these numbers are holding out, it is important for the Congress to reach out to the JDS and make it a coalition partner. It might even help in the Lok Sabha election.
So you're saying that even if the Congress has a slender majority on its own, it should make the JDS a partner in government?
Yes, I firmly believe that. Yeah.
Let me get the
because
BJP
the JDS
Congress.
JDS is not a write-off. In any scenario,
Yeah, that's a very important point. Amrita, would you like to respond to that? You need the JDS possibly as a coalition partner.
First of all, we will be focusing on bringing the number 120 plus, and definitely we are going to come. That is discussions that will come afterwards, and that will be decided by the senior leadership, AICC, and our other leaders. At this point of time, discussing that we are coming up with JDS or not, I think it's quite early, and it's I am not in a position to discuss these things. If the party and the High Command and the Kharge ji and everybody decides that the JDS should come with Congress and be a part of us, then that will be their decision. And definitely, if people come together and they work, that's good only.
Okay,
that's my point of view. And one thing I want to say that as we all the other panelists, everybody was saying that there will be a tussle between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. But I think you might have seen in Himachal also. And we sorted out and in no time, and there was nothing came like, but it was in media was like how the Congress will come up and there will be difference because there are many faces, but that's not the scenario. That's how the team and team people and team works, and this is the new and a powerful team of Congress which is coming, and we will sort out and give you all a surprise that how we come up.
Okay, I want
and
to
thank you all for being so concerned for Congress.
Okay, let me bring in Mr. Sankirta of the BJP. Are you still holding out hope, sir? Because right now, even if you add the BJP and the JDS, you fall short of what the Congress has on its own. Radhika's point is well taken, that the Congress below 120 will feel vulnerable, but that doesn't mean the BJP has a chance, at least not right now, to form the government. What happens 1 year down the line and so on, I don't know. But at the moment, are you conceding at this point that the election is gone, or are you still holding out hope?
See, the time is 11 a.m. now. It is too very premature to comment on a counting round because there are still a lot of rounds to be counted and a lot of things. And the seats which we have in a 50-50 margin are somewhere around the seats which we have lost in 500 to 5,000 margin. So all these seats still someone is leading from the Congress and someone is leading from the BJP. In the other hand, it's going vice versa. So if you take all these together, there is still hopes that BJP will definitely cross the magic number. This is what is we are trying to understand, because the 2018 also saw a similar kind of a snake and ladder game in the overall process.
Except, sir, it hasn't been snake and ladder between the BJP and the Congress now for over an hour. You have been with us for an hour almost, and we haven't seen the BJP and the Congress alternate in who's leading. In fact, we see a clear swap almost in the number of seats projected between the BJP and the Congress from the last time. And results have started to come in. DK Shivakumar has, of course, won his own seats. We are actually now seeing clear results starting to come in. Go ahead, sir, complete your point.
If you see, 35 constituencies are which we had worked in previously, have a 50-50 chance to for both the parties. If we take the lead between these two constituencies is somewhere around within the margin of 2,000 to 3,000 still going on. Once the Congress leads and the second time the BJP leads. So there are another 50 like odd constituencies which are still unpredictable as of now. So if you take the result of the 2018 when compared to the present day result, still we have a chance and we still stand a chance because many of our ministers are still trailing. And many of ministers are still on the edge of who have done very good job in their own constituencies or on the verge of winning. So that kind of a confidence is still with the BJP and we are still in the game.
Okay, you believe you're still in the game. We have still not called the election, but the Congress has now in leads position crossed 120. Mr. Nagaraj, any thoughts at this point?
Barkha, JDS and BJP alliance is unlikely at this point of time because one, the BJP is not going to emerge as the single largest party. So there's no way that the BJP will be called to form the government in the first place. Secondly, with the numbers for JDS coming down, there is a possibility that the JDS might itself break. There is a possibility that JDS MLS might gravitate towards the Congress, and that is a distinct possibility at this point of time.
That's interesting. But if they break, which way would they lean, according to you? Or it will be whoever forms the government, which seems to be the Congress party at this point.
Yeah, they would come to the Congress rather than the BJP.
Which is why Radhika Ramesheshan makes the point that the Congress should show the maturity to make the JDS a partner in a coalition government. Otherwise, the Congress and the JDS would both be, in a way, vulnerable. I think that's the point, Radhika.
But the coalition has its own problems. I mean, they've had problems last time, so I don't think that is going to be a possibility. Whereas there is a likelihood of the JDS, breaking with some of the MLAs gravitating towards the Congress. I mean, that's a possibility that I see at this point of time.
Okay, now Mr. Sankirta of the BJP says we're still in the game, but the Congress is broken into celebrations. The Congress believes it's winning. That is just a matter of detail that the Congress has wrested a state from the BJP, which, as Radhika Ramesheshan says, in the age of Modi is no small achievement. Our colleague Harshit is on the ground at the Congress headquarters and brings you this update.
तो इस वक्त आप देख रहे हैं सेलिब्रेशन शुरू हो गए हैं। ये एक मेरे को यहाँ से मिले हैं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में भी थे। हाउ डू यू फील, कांग्रेस जीत गई है?
जीत गई, कांग्रेस जीत रही है सरकार बनाने।
हाँ, अभी इनिशियल रुझानों में आगे आ रही है कांग्रेस, कैसा लग रहा है आपको? अच्छा लग रहा है?
हमको बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है। मैं बहुत प्रसन्न हूँ कि कांग्रेस पार्टी सरकार बनाने में आ रही है।
मुझे याद है आप भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में भी हमको मिले थे, कहाँ से आए हैं?
जी, मैं तो उत्तर प्रदेश का रहने वाला हूँ। मैं प्रचार प्रसार में लगा रहता हूँ, हमेशा जहाँ भी होता है प्रचार प्रसार मैं वहाँ लगा रहता हूँ। यहाँ सरकार बनने जा रही है।
कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री?
अब इसके लिए केंद्रीय हाई कमान फैसला करता है कि मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा। हमारा काम है प्रचार करना, सरकार बनाना। अब मुख्यमंत्री बनने के लिए हाई कमान इसके लिए फैसला करता है।
तो खुश है आप लोग, आज जश्न होगा पूरा?
जी, पूरा आदमी देखिए कांग्रेस कमेटी पूरा जश्न मना रही। लोग कांग्रेस कमेटी लगी हुई है, जश्न मना रही है।
चलिए जगह नहीं मिलती 12 बजे के बाद। हाँ, ये लोग कह रहे हैं 12 बजे के बाद सेलिब्रेशन बहुत ज्यादा होंगे। अभी मैंने आपको दिखाया, ये उत्तर प्रदेश से हैं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में भी हमको मिले थे, बड़ी दूर से खुशी की वजह से यहाँ पर आए हैं क्योंकि कांग्रेस लीड कर रही है और लोगों का कहना है कि 12 बजे के बाद और जगह नहीं मिलेगी। तो अब धीरे धीरे उत्साह पूरा बढ़ता जा रहा है, जश्न भी धीरे धीरे अब होने लगा है कांग्रेस दफ्तरों में। तो लिहाजा इन रुझानों पे अब लोगों ने रिलाय करना शुरू कर दिया और कांग्रेस वर्कर्स का ये मानना है कि ये जो रुझान है, जो एग्जिट पोल्स में भी लगभग बता दिए गए थे, इन्हीं रुझानों के मुताबिक अब सरकार बनने जा रही है।
It's interesting that a lot of those Congress workers are from UP, where there is, by the way, the UP municipal elections happening in parallel. So the Congress is celebrating, though Mr. Sankirta of the BJP thinks it's not over till it's over. Karthik, I see you there. Can you actually give us the latest that you have? Go ahead.
Barkha, I think can call the election now because the Congress is edged above 120 and 119. And the thing is, it's not the number, but it's just the fact that the leads have been stable now for a while. The Congress has been sitting comfortably above 115, 119 to the Congress. I think, well, I will not officially.
Are we calling this? Are we calling this? Or are we waiting?
I'm starting to make up my mind now. So I think in the next few minutes we should be. But until then and now we have something very interesting.
Mr. Sankirta is not convinced. He's like, wait. Okay.
No, so but until between now and then we have some more interesting details for the viewers, and if we can just pull those up. So we have maps based on the different types of seats that Karnataka has. So we'll start, if we can start with the Lingayat dominated seats. And Barkha, you will see very clearly that Congress seems to have gained in the Lingayat dominated seats. There are roughly 70 dominated seats, Lingayat dominated seats in Karnataka, of which Congress 10 minutes back at least was leading on 39, BJP 22, JDS 7, and independents on 2. And we'll quickly have the map right there. So stretching from the north to the south, there are different pockets. Lingayat is very strong in north and central. And then in south, in the Tumkur region, for instance, and Chamarajnagar. So Congress leading in 39 of these 70 seats. If we then move to the Vocal Liga dominated seats, here, there is a key. Again, this is all 10 minutes before. So it is, this could change. But if we move to the Vocal Liga seats now, there are around 44 Vocal Liga dominated seats where they have influence. And it's a keen contest between the Congress and the JDS on these seats, where Congress leading, if you can remove the banner, please, Congress leading on 21, JDS on 16. And that's why I'm saying these are keenly contested seats in the old Mysore region. BJP 6 and others on 1. If we then move to the SC/ST seats, which, by the way, remember, all opinion polls had said that Congress is gaining heavily amongst the SC/STs and the Muslims. So in the SC/ST reserved seats, we have data on 50 seats. I think there are 51. So data on 50 right now. BJP leading on 12, Congress on 30. 60% seats of the SC/ST reserved seats, Congress leading, JDS 8. And this will become a huge engine of their lead if the Congress does win this election. Look at this region to the top right? That's Hyderabad, Karnataka. That's Mr. Kharge's area. So Congress doing well there has a lot of meaning. That's very important for them. We then move to the urban seats, which is where you expect the BJP to do better. And that's where conventional wisdom will still prevail. The BJP is leading in 30 of the 57 seats. Congress on 23. So it's not a sweep, but the BJP handsomely ahead of the Congress in 30 seats, or rather handsomely ahead in a majority of the 57 seats, of the urban seats. And then finally, if we can go to the Muslim-dominated seats, where, as expected, the BJP, Congress doing well, 17 of the 31 seats, Congress leading, 2 for the JDS. BJP also doing well in 12 seats, but a lot of that happens because of counter-polarization, and so, or just other caste arithmetic. So that's how it's happened. So the key takeaways would be Congress leads in Lingayat, Congress makes gains in Lingayat seats. Congress and JDS are sort of keenly fighting the Vocal Liga dominated seats. Urban seats, BJP doing well. Muslim seats, Congress doing well. And the big daddy of all, in my opinion, Congress doing exceptionally well in the SC/ST seats, 30 out of 50. That's not a small number. And as we speak, Congress is 119, BJP 72. And we just got news that Basavaraj Bommai has won from his own seat. And
So
JDS
Karthik,
at 25 right now. Yes.
So Karthik, the big sort of patterns emerging from this sort of community and caste-wise breakup is that in the urban centers the BJP continues to be somewhat more popular than the Congress, but among Dalit groups, Muslim groups, rural groups, the Congress does significantly better. That's the first point, and an important point, right? And how does that, and that fits in also with your anecdotal sense of politics, as it were, on the ground.
Yeah, that is correct. That here in if you spoke to people, they would have told you in Karnataka this time, the poorer you got, the more likely you were to vote for the Congress. The richer you got, you were more likely to favor the BJP. There was a very clear class divide. This is interesting, Barkha, because in Himachal it was the exact opposite. In Himachal, because the Congress was leading the OPS campaign, their support mostly came from the middle class and the upper class and other such sections, where the BJP was popular amongst the lower classes because of beneficiaries and free delivery, etc. But in Karnataka, the Congress's brand is strong enough to attract the masses at the lower end of the spectrum, and that's happened. If you were to specifically talk about, I think you had a question for me earlier about DK Shivkumar and the Vocal Liga bastion, right?
Yes, yes.
I think at this point the Congress is doing. It's not sweeping. It's not sweeping that area. It's doing better than the JDS 21 to 16. That might have changed as we speak, but it's not sweeping that area. So the final tally, we will see what happens. But one thing for sure, Siddaramaya's social base, the Kurubas, the OBCs, they are spread across the state. So if the Congress does well, it will have done well amongst those sections for sure. Whereas DK Shivkumar's the social base, the Vocal Liga vote base, the concentration is in the old Mysore area. There are some seats here and there, but the concentration is in the old Mysore area. So one will have to see at the end of it. I don't think you can win this election without the OBC support. You cannot win the election.
I just want to make one more point to you, Karthik, or rather ask you a question. I see Aarti is with us, and the question is this: Mallika Arjun Kharge from the state Dalit. The Congress performing in this way in the Dalit seats, as you've pointed out, this is also something to underline.
And I when I was speaking about it, I said the big daddy of all is the 30 of the 50 seats the Congress is leading in the SC/ST seats. And that's one section which, as per opinion polls, has consolidated behind the Congress in addition to the Muslim minorities. That is no mean feat. That is big, right? And if the Congress has to do well nationally, Barkha, the Congress has to start claiming the votes of the OBCs and the SC/STs. And this may be something that they are working towards.
Okay, Karthik, I want you to give us an overall sense, also looking at our own data feed, but also looking at the Election Commission. As of now, the Congress is ahead of the majority mark. It's ahead of 113. The JDS is at 25. It's come down a little bit. The BJP at 73. Before you take us to the numbers, and can we change the graphic actually now to the overall numbers?
Yeah, but one more thing, our feed and ECI are now converging. So there are no two data feeds. Our source and the ECI source are now converging. So I can tell you that without any ambiguity, the Congress is leading on 118, BJP 73, JDS 25. As I said, I had started making up my mind. I am in the middle of that process now. So
it's okay. We can be late. I'd rather be late than wrong for any reason. But I'm also using our BJP friend Sankirta as a barometer. When he says on this program ki abhi I've given up, I think then maybe we'll call the election. But he's not giving up yet. Mr. Sankirta, I'm just checking in. Are you still holding out hope?
You're still in the game. There is no question of giving up.
Tell us why. Look at these numbers. The Congress has crossed the majority mark. And it stayed that way now ahead of your party for the last hour. Explain to me what could change now. Explain to me what you think could still change, Mr. Sankirta.
See, there are still 50 constituencies which are swinging, which have a very minute lead where the Congress is leading and the BJP still has a chance. So that confidence we have stuck on to, and this was the same confidence which happened to the BJP in 2018 when Congress was in power. So we still have another 50 seats which are about to swing. So we will have a chance there is what is my confidence.
Okay, so we'll wait. We're also being sort of prudent and not calling this election yet, but the Congress has crossed the majority mark on its own. Aarti, I see you there. Let's bring you, Radhika, Mr. Nagraj, Amrit Gill is with us, as well as Mr. T. Sankirta of the BJP. Aarti, thoughts at this point? D.K. Shivakumar had hoped for 141. Siddaramaiah had hoped for 130 plus. We are not calling this election yet because we are bruised from past experiences where politics changes in the last few rounds. But the Congress is comfortably at the moment ahead and leading in 118. The import of what we're seeing right now, Aarti? Aarti, can you hear me? Go ahead.
Well, I think it's not as comprehensive, probably not going to be as comprehensive a victory as the Congress would have hoped for. But the fact is, Barkha, after a string of defeats over the last many years, you know, if the Congress wins the state even by a thin margin, and this is an important state, it's a huge morale booster for the party. There is no question about it. And you know what? It leaves the BJP without a single southern state in its, you know, in its armor, right? And I think that is a, you know, that's a bit, that is a blow to the BJP. Even though the BJP has managed to hold on quite well, you know, despite this very aggressive, assertive campaign by the BJP, the fact is that the BJP has managed to hold on to a reasonable number of seats. But, you know, I think what is worrying for what should worry the BJP is that in this attempt to, you know, kind of broaden their base and, you know, they've done a lot of churning, you know, in terms of caste representation and so on. They seem to have lost to quite an extent their core vote base of Lingayats. Because from whatever I can make out, the Congress's main gains have been in the Lingayat area of what is known as
in fact, we have
another Lingayat bastion. Congress leading in 30 out of 50. So those are regions where the Lingayats have flipped towards the Congress. In the old Mysore area, where the Vocaliga influence is strong, you have the Congress at 31. Here, the Congress has primarily gained at the expense of the JDS. The JDS, which was at 27, is now down to 17. So the Congress has gained from all sections, but the bigger chunks, Lingayat, of course, makes headlines. But SC, ST and Muslim seats, the SC, ST and Muslim
let's switch to that. Let's switch the graphics to that as you talk about.
If you look at it, Barkha, a good barometer of that is the Hyderabad Karnataka area, and we'll have the regional graphs up in like a second. But look at the Hyderabad Karnataka area, where SC, ST plus Muslim makes 50% of the population. Herein, the Congress is leading in 26 out of 41 seats. That's a strike rate of 65%. So this is essentially a Congress victory from all segments of society, some more, some less. And definitely there has been a migration from the BJP to the Congress of the Lingayat vote. How much? We don't know. Because even in the Lingayat dominated seats, it is possible that maybe not the Lingayats, but other areas or other segments of society have voted for the Congress, with a decisive chunk or a small yet decisive chunk of Lingayats moving towards the Congress. So all those permutations and combinations are possible. But as I said, all groups in one way or the other have moved towards the Congress. And that tells you the Congress's leadership in Karnataka has an OBC face, has a Vocaliga face, has an SC face. So Congress seems to have benefited from that.
Okay, sorry, Aarti, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that was the point you were making. So I just thought we'd bring up the numbers for you. Aarti, go ahead, complete your point. Yeah.
Yeah, no, so he's absolutely right. The Congress has gained from all sections. Otherwise, you know, you can't win. But I think, you know, we're looking at it in the context of the BJP, you know, that the BJP has experimented a lot this time, you know, removing sitting MLAs, bringing in new candidates, doing a huge Hindutva push, hoping that Hindutva push would, you know, kind of see them through. But in the process, it has alienated a significant section of the Lingayats, which has been their core base, which was their entry point into Karnataka. Now, having, you know, shaken up a core base, you know, can it either win back this core base in the coming years, or, you know, is it okay for it to sacrifice this core base because it is spreading out into other areas? You know, for the future of the BJP's politics, you know, I mean, people say this is a transitional election and so on, but I think the future of the BJP's politics is very much up in the air in Karnataka. And the very fact that the Congress has got this huge morale booster, for the first time we saw a Congress campaign that was focused, energetic, and the usual bane of the Congress, which is infighting, did not really impact the Congress. So I think the Congress seems to have learned a lot of lessons from its past defeats. And if it continues to, put these lessons into play, you may see some big changes happening in the Congress, which would be very interesting to mark.
I was just going to say, Aarti, the only mistake they've made is to actually make this about, the Congress Twitter feed earlier. We were talking about a tweet that they put out describing Rahul Gandhi as invincible. In fact, the first tweet they should be putting out is about these two local leaders. This is the tweet. I mean, this is kind of hilarious. But Radhika, you wanted to come in, and then I want Sankirta to respond to the points that Aarti has made about the BJP losing the hold it had over the Lingayat community. And is the treatment of Yediyurappa, the absence of Yediyurappa as a face of the campaign, did that also hurt them? But Radhika, go ahead. Radhika,
yeah,
go
absolutely.
Ahead.
I was, in fact, going to emphasize the Yediyurappa factor. The last time he quit the BJP and launched his own Karnataka Janata Paksha, again, the BJP suffered heavy losses in the Lingayat areas and, in Karnataka as a whole. So the Yediyurappa factor cannot be discounted. Of course, the BJP tried to pacify him in various ways. It gave his son a ticket and it kind of involved him in the campaign, though not in a big way. But not foregrounding Yediyurappa in the scheme has cost the BJP, has cost the Lingayat votes, and Boma is definitely no match as far as the Lingayat leadership is concerned. Secondly, Hyderabad, Karnataka. Now, has the Kharge factor played an important role? The anointment of Kharge as a Congress president, a Dalit from the Hyderabad, Karnataka area, that could have catalyzed the SC kind of consolidation around the Congress, because the SCs were divided earlier into the left and the right, and the BJP claimed that it had the support of the left-leaning SCs. That doesn't seem to have happened in this election. So, and thirdly, the role played by the Jarkholi and the Bellari brothers in the mining areas, that also, I think, did influence the BJP, the voting pattern, and it might have caused losses to the BJP. Then the projection of MB Patil as a Lingayat leader, that also helped. I don't know to what extent the Lingayats gravitated towards the BJP. I think we will have to await more substantive data to prove that. But definitely MB Patil played a big role. He was foregrounded in the campaign, and that could have helped the Lingayat softening up the Lingayats towards the Congress, because the Lingayats for years had turned against the Congress ever since Rajiv Gandhi had insulted Virendra Patil and changed him as the chief minister. So these are some of the factors that tentatively come to mind.
Very interesting, Radhika. Meanwhile, DK Shivakumar is meeting with 5 independent legislators, and Kamal Nath has given a very interesting statement. Kamal Nath has said it is certain that the Congress will form the government in Karnataka, but the BJP will attempt to strike a deal with MLAs of other parties and independent candidates. So the Congress is moving fast in Karnataka, reaching out. In fact, Radhika was suggesting earlier that they should actually make the JDS a partner in government to and again, I have to say that we are not calling this yet, but the Congress believes it's going to form the government. I can see Mahima Singh of the Congress joining us. Madhavan Narayan is with us. Also, welcome everybody. Is Mr. Sankirta. I will keep asking you. You're my benchmark for when the BJP is conceding. And when we should feel safe to call the election. Clearly, you're not calling it yet, but I want you to respond to the points made by Aarti and Radhika. The Kharge factor, the absence of a Yediyurappa factor, the fact that the BJP is losing ground, whether or not you concede defeat yet, losing ground in the Lingayat-dominated seats. Your responses, sir.
See, till the last vote is counted, we will not concede defeat. That is pretty much evident.
Fair enough.
Secondly, regarding the Lingayat factor, Yediyurappa, and the overall Kharge issue, if you take under the guidance of Yediyurappa ji only, we have faced this election. His son was given a ticket. And he is definitely leading in that constituency. And the vast presence which is held by B.S. Yediyurappa ji in Karnataka, which is in which we have made the maximum use of in this election as well. And if you take the Lingayats and Vokaligas, we have increased the reservation. You would have all been aware that there was a Panchamasali agitation going on in Karnataka for a very, very long time. We have given a very considerable reservation for the Lingayats and Vokaligas, 2%. We have been increased to each of those communities. So this is the kind of commitment and stand taken towards the Lingayats and Vokaligas in Karnataka. As far as the Kharge concerned, Kharge being a very tall Dalit leader from the Karnataka, he has been appointed as the president of AICC. That factor would have definitely had an impact on the Dalits of Karnataka. I agree to that point because he's apolitically, if I want to talk, Kharge ji is definitely a Dalit leader from Karnataka. I would never deny that point. But if you see, but the overall issue when taken into consideration, the Lingayat as well as part of the urban Vokaligas have always stood with the BJP. I think we have still many rounds to go. We have confidence and we have not conceded the seat. I think we have a chance. We still have a chance.
Okay, you please stay with us. I want to get a last comment from Mr. Nagaraj.
No, I have another debate.
Oh, you have another go. Okay, we'll see you later, Mr. Sangeeta. Mr. Sangeeta has held throughout that the BJP still has a chance. He's not giving up yet. We have not officially called this election, though the Congress is in the lead. You're seeing the latest numbers on your screen. Mr. Nagaraj, a last thought before we say thank you to you as well. Do you believe anything could turn in the last? The fact that DKS is now reaching out to the independents, Kamal Nath is talking about engaging the independents. The Congress is not wasting time. It knows that smaller parties can be vulnerable at this point. Mr. Nagaraj.
Yeah, I keep hearing that Shivkumar has called in all the MLAs from all the districts, and they're all moving to a resort outside Bangalore. That's what I hear now.
Resort politics is back there.
I mean, just to keep them safe, from poaching. Yes. And ahead of the 2024 general elections, the BJP has a lot of reasons to worry. One is that the Lingayats have, kind of not fully deserted them, but there's been, quite a few, people going away from the BJP. Secondly, even in the Lingayat-dominated regions, there are a lot of OBCs. Last time, that OBC vote was divided between the BJP and the Congress. This time, it appears that most of the OBC vote has come to the Congress. Then the scheduled caste votes. Scheduled caste votes, there are two wings within the streams within the scheduled caste. One is the left and the right. The right has always been with the Congress, and the left has been with the BJP. This time, it appears that the left has also swung towards the Congress, which has kind of consolidated the SC vote in favor of the Congress. So these are the reasons that the BJP should worry about going into the general election next year. So they need to something introspect about these points going forward.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Nagaraj, for your analysis. We will see you later. Thank you for joining us. Let me introduce our guests at this hour. The BJP is doing well in coastal Karnataka, but otherwise, overall, though we have not called this election yet, the Congress is in pole position to form the government if the current trends hold and there are no surprises in the last few rounds of counting. Karthik, you wanted to correct me on that? Can we unmute Karthik? Karthik, did I say anything wrong?
No, but I don't want to correct you, but we have ready with us the regional splits of this voting pattern. 10 minutes back we discussed.
But just give us an overall. Give us an overall first, and then go into the regionals. I just want to, before you do that, just welcome our guest to the program. Aarti Jairat is with us. We're seeing Anand Gurumurthy of the BJP with us. Sabha Naqvi, senior journalist, is with us. Madhavan Narayan, senior journalist, is with us. Mahima Singh of the Congress. And now it's over to you, Karthik. Yes.
Thank you, and welcome to all the guests. Overall, Congress leading on 117 seats. Barkha, BJP 76, JDS 24. This has now stabilized. JDS is not doing very well, but it has not plummeted to below 20 either. This is as per the expected, as per the exit polls had predicted. Congress is 117. Don't be surprised if it pulls ahead in the last few laps, because that's what generally happens unless there is a big turnaround. But safely, Congress now in that 115 plus territory. I think they would want to cross at least 120. That being said, we can now move on to the regional splits if we have the maps ready. We can start with coastal Karnataka, where it's a sweep for the BJP, Barkha. there are 19 seats in coastal Karnataka, of which BJP is leading on 16. 16 of the 19 seats in coastal Karnataka going the BJP's way, which is as per expectation. This is the most fertile pocket for the sort of politics, sort of Hindutva politics that the BJP masters has championed. It's 16 to the BJP, 2 to the Congress, and 1 going to the independent. I'm not sure why this is flipped, but this is essentially what happened even last time. The same numbers are sort of repeating themselves. We can now move on to the old Mysore area, which is an important area given the number of seats, 57 seats in the old Mysore area. And this is the Vokaliga belt where the JDS also is a major player. Of the 57 seats, the Congress is leading in 32, JDS in 16, BJP in 6, and the others make up for 3. So we did a split of the Vokaliga seats, but in the larger old Mysore area, which is not just the Vokaliga, but also some Lingayat seats, the Congress has done really well, 36 out of 57 seats. That's really commendable. This is a strike rate of roughly 60%. So this should give the Congress joy. JDS coming in second with 16. But remember, last time the JDS got 27 seats in this region.
But what does this do for DKS's leverage within the party? Talk a little bit about that, right? That's
for sure. So now the question is, how many of these seats are the Vokaliga seats, and how many of these seats are the non-Vokaliga seats, and in how many seats did DK Shivkumar had influence as a Vokaliga versus as just a regional leader of that area? If you look at the region, yes, the Congress seems to have swept it more or less. 60% strike rate is pretty decent. But if you just look at the Vokaliga seats, it is tight. I mean, I can actually pull up the numbers quickly for you. On the Vokaliga seats here, actually Congress has pulled ahead in the last 10 minutes. 22 to the Congress, JDS 13 out of 44 seats. So actually Congress doing really well in the Vokaliga seats. And here the math that the opinion polls gave us was that the BJP has gained some Vokaliga votes, not enough to win seats, but enough to dent the JDS and giving a victory to the Congress, because the Congress is doing well in Vokaliga as well as other OBC, SC, ST and Muslim groups. So that is how the arithmetic has panned out. When we get the final vote shares, these things will become clearer. We can then move on to the two citadels of the BJP, apart from coastal Karnataka, Mumbai, Karnataka, and central Karnataka. So we can start with Mumbai, Karnataka. Mumbai, Karnataka is again a very strong area for the BJP. 50 seats in all, Barkha, of which last time BJP won 30, Congress won 17. You know what has happened, Barkha? It's a mirror image. BJP 18 and BJP 18, Congress 30. It's completely flipped. And here, the Lingayat vote would have moved, if not a lot, but at least somewhat. Plus, the Congress would have gained from other OBC, SC, ST, and the Muslim minority groups, which is why you're seeing the sort of result that you are. This is an important area. 50 seats is a big chunk, and Congress cornering 30 of them. We can then move on to central Karnataka, which is Yediyurappa land. Again, a Lingayat-dominated area. An area where the Congress or the BJP won 20 seats last time to 25. A strike rate of 80%. But this time, as per current trends that we are picking up, we are seeing the Congress get 16 of the 25 seats. That's a strike rate of 64%. The BJP going down to 8, the JDS 1. And if you were to sort of talk about the Yediyurappa factor in any belt, this is the belt. This is the area where he rules. And if the BJP has gone down here, that tells you something. And then finally, we can take a look at two more regions left. Hyderabad, Karnataka, which I think has implications for the Congress beyond Karnataka. Hyderabad, Karnataka has been a Congress stronghold. Last time the Congress got 21, BJP got 16. This time, Barkha, the Congress is getting 26, BJP 9, JDS 3, others 3. This region, 50% population is SC, ST Muslims, and then you add the OBCs. Congress doing well here means the Congress has done well amongst these groups, which is very important if the Congress has to expand its vote share nationally. This is also the region from where Mr. Khadge comes. So if the Congress is doing well in this area, a lot of positives can be taken out of it. And then finally, the greater Bengaluru area, where last time it was a close sort of call between the BJP and the Congress. This time, the BJP pulling ahead. if I'm not wrong, with 16 seats, and we'll just quickly put up the graphic. BJP 16, Congress 12, JDS 2. So the bottom line is, coastal, Greater Bangalore have held. Hyderabad, Congress has increased its gains. Mumbai, Central, Congress has flipped from the BJP. The old Mysore, JDS has lost, Congress has benefited. This is the Congress's path to victory in this election.
And what is interesting is, of course, the groups that you talk about where the Congress is doing really well, Dalits and Muslim seats, one. And secondly, being able to eat away at the BJP's hold over the Lingayat-dominated seats. I think these are the two big takeaways we have.
Barkha, can I just make a point? We should not overestimate the Lingayat swing towards the Congress. In my opinion, what has happened is,
let's look at the Lingayat numbers again.
Yeah, we can take a look at the Lingayat seats, but of course, they can't tell you who voted, right? So my sense is what has happened is the Congress has been able to mobilize the non-Lingayat blocks really well. Plus, it has been able to take a small yet decisive chunk of the Lingayat vote, which has tilted the scales in its favor. So the seat conversion has happened because of that. I don't think lock, stock and barrel the Lingayats have moved towards the Congress, but it has been just enough for them to be able to convert those votes into seats, which was not the case last time. It is funny because last time with a 2 percentage point lead, the Congress got 80 and the BJP got 104 seats just because of the conversion or arithmetic conversion from vote share to seats. This is the Lingayat seat map. So these are the Lingayat dominated seats, but doesn't mean the only Lingayats vote here, right? Everybody votes here. So as I'm saying, amongst the non-Lingayats, the Congress has mobilized better, and they seem to have gotten a small yet decisive chunk of the Lingayat vote that has flipped this area or these seats in their favor. Of the 70 seats under the Lingayat or dominated by the Lingayats, the Congress is doing leading in 39 seats, and that number has now risen to 41 actually, as I'm updating the numbers regularly. So and the BJP is going to 21.
Who's really been the organization man for the Congress in this election. Not this. There you can actually see Mr. D.K. Shivakumar there watching the results as they come in. He's a man who's made no apology of his ambition to be chief minister this time. But that again said, we have not officially called this election yet, so the Congress is inching towards being in the pole position to form the government. Can we switch the graphics now to the overall numbers, please, so we can have a look and get responses from our guests? The Congress is leading in 117 seats, the BJP in 76, the JDS in 24. This is not yet the number that the Congress would have hoped for, and there is no surprise in the fact that Kamal Nath is among those who is warning that the BJP will now try and reach out to the independents and to the smaller parties. Mahima, I'm going to come to you and Anand in just a moment. This is what Kamal Nath had to say. Let's play out Kamal Nath's statement. Guys, do we have Kamal Nath's statement ready? Okay, I was told it was on ready, but it's okay. I think there's some confusion and they're trying to stack it up. Mahima, let me get in your response at this point. Are you somewhat sort of, a win is a win, and if you form the government, you form the government. We're not calling it yet till there's more details over. But are you disappointed a little bit? Would you have wanted this to be more? Mahima Singh?
I think, good afternoon, everybody. And I think that we are still in the middle of a lot that is ongoing. And I think that in the next, few hours, it will be very clear. We'll be forming the government with a clear majority. And I think that the people of Karnataka have clearly taken their blessings away from Modi ji. It was threatened, the Kannadigas were threatened that if they do not vote for the BJP, Modi ji will not bless Karnataka. So I think the message is very clear. In fact, I am reminded of these lines. Ye jo sab nazare jhukaye hue aate hain nazar, log andhe nahi aina dikhaya gaya hai. So the mirror has been shown to the BJP very clearly, because the election was Modi versus local issues. It was Bajrang Dal versus Bajrang Bali. It was constitution versus forces of hatred. And I think today we clearly see what has won. I think the bubble of complacency that the BJP had illusioned the people of this country with has begun to, deflate. It's There's a piercing in it now, and it's very clear that the people of this country want change. The people of this country, Karnataka has given this clear message to the BJP.
Why are you going from?
I'll tell you.
Why have you made a? Let me ask the question. Why have you made the Karnataka election extrapolated to the people of this country?
I'm taking it from the BJP. The BJP made this election into a national election by, you see, this is the condition of the BJP when there was the Modi factor there. It was like the Modi factor is going to win the Karnataka for the BJP, which I think has absolutely fallen flat on face. So what I'm saying is actually taken from the BJP's narrative. And so if it was Modi factor, then the BJP, please gear up for 2024 because the Modi factor has begun to diminish.
Okay, that is a very provocative statement, and we'll take that straight to our panel. The Modi factor has begun to diminish. I'm told that the Kamal Nath statement is now ready to play out. But after that, Mahima Singh of the Congress says, as the Congress inches towards this position where it's going to form the next government in Karnataka, and DK Shivakumar reaches out to the 5 independent legislators, Kamal Nath is giving this warning of moving fast in the state. Listen in.
बना पाएगी अभी तक जो खबर है कांग्रेस का बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन है और ये निश्चित है कि कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रयास रहेगा कि अन्य पार्टियों से या स्वतंत्र उम्मीदवारों से मिलकर खरीद फरोख्त करें, सौदा करें, जो उन्होंने हमेशा किया। अरुणाचल प्रदेश से शुरू किया था। ये सौदे की राजनीति की शुरुआत जो इन्होंने करी अरुणाचल प्रदेश से, ये अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुई है।
सौदे की राजनीति अभी भी हो सकती है, but first the BJP has to concede the election. It has not conceded it. We have not called it. Nobody has officially called this election. I think everyone has learned the hard way that it isn't over till it's absolutely over. But Mahima says that Congress is very confident of forming the government. Let's start getting reactions. She also said the Modi factor has diminished with these numbers. Anand Gurumurthy, are you conceding defeat? Mr. Gurumurthy, can you hear me? I don't think he can hear me. Sabha, what do the numbers look like to you? Sabha.
Even if we combine the numbers of the BJP and the JDS, I'm seeing 75 and 24. It could have changed. It just touches 100. So I don't think we should. The trend shows that the Congress will have the numbers. But let's see. I mean, you're right about the BJP did succeed in breaking Congress and JDS in the past. But at that time, the BJP was the single largest party. They had 104 seats in the last election. And the Congress had 80, and the Congress had formed the government in alliance with the JDS and made Kumaraswamy the chief minister. So all of these things have happened in Karnataka. Look, this is definitely a huge boost for the Congress. It's a lifeline for the Congress to win this election. For the Bharatiya Janata Party, it was a setback, but it was never an existential election for them. It was never. In fact, they were experimenting with getting rid and almost retiring their old leadership. I'll speak a little bit about Mr. Shettar's seat because I know the Hubli seat. The Hubli seat was always going to be won by the BJP. He would have won it had he got a BJP ticket. He didn't get it. I'm told that he might lose it, right? So that is one of the areas which the BJP would win that seat. Shettar. Yes, there was a reason for him, whatever the calculation was. The new BJP does not want to be dependent on traditional caste-based leaders, and they are more comfortable with the Modi cadre ideology. There was a long time war of attrition between Yedurappa, who has been a 4-time chief minister, never having completed a term, and Mr. B.L. Santosh, who is the Sangathan Mantri, organizing secretary, very crucial position in the Bharatiya Janata Party. These issues on the ground also take on caste dimensions. Within the BJP, where the BJP appeared to be more divided, there was talk of the Brahmins underdoing the Lingayats. So even if a small section has shifted away, because Mr. Santosh happens to be a Brahmin, and Yedurappa had a knack, he is the tallest Lingayat leader. But they were reduced to literally hoping for one seat for his son. That is the situation into which, and whether he will be with Modi here or not. So it is the BJP has experimented with sort of getting rid of the old guard and having its own interchangeable leadership there, and they probably succeeded at that in Karnataka. So to that extent, so their game is for the future for the Lok Sabha. Let's say the BJP, they've not done that badly. They've got 75, maybe it will become 80. It's not a bad seat adjustment. This was the, of course, it would have been an added cherry if they had won the election or been in a position to not allow others to form a government. Right now, presuming the Congress touches 120, it seems unlikely that they will experiment with that, because that will rebound, because the Bharatiya Janata Party's game right now would be for the contradictions within the Congress and all to play out till the Lok Sabha election. They have performed extraordinarily well in 2014 and 2019 in the Lok Sabha. That is the end game right now. So let's presume that, and the Bharatiya Janata Party will say that they will give briefings and they will say privately that it would have been worse if Prime Minister Modi had not campaigned, because the local leadership was so useless. Whatever scope the local leadership had was rendered useless by the National High Command. Number one. Number two, the BJP, I don't think, is going to do some wild politics over here, because they want to retain the Lok Sabha seats. The analysis is it's not going well in Maharashtra. Okay, so everything is now towards Lok Sabha. The Shinde and all may still be there, but there is a suspicion that Uddhav Thackeray is getting anyway. These are big states.
How do you respond to Mahima Singh's statement, the Congress spokesperson, and I'm hoping Anand can hear us now from the BJP, that the Modi factor has diminished? If you're talking about the BJP focused all in the run-up to 2024, and by the way, Siddaramaiah, the contender for chief minister, has given a statement saying that, even if Modi, I had always said, even if Modi came, nothing would happen, nothing would change, and that's exactly what's happened. So the Modi factor is going to be debated, although we all know that the Modi factor plays very differently in Lok Sabha elections and very differently in assembly elections. In assembly elections, it's always had mixed results. Sabha.
Yes. Okay. I mean, I agree with you. But look, it's not great because the Prime Minister put himself out there. He was campaigning. I mean, they were all the time in Bangalore. Bangalore, apparently, they're doing reasonably well, and he campaigned all over Karnataka. No doubt. But again, there is a Lok Sabha factor. Look, right now, there is another thing happening within the intra-BJP. Is that Adityanath Yogi is going to do, I haven't checked out that result.
Yeah, we need to actually look at the UP numbers, Karthik. So let's pull up those graphics.
To be that other power pole position, huge factor, which is emerging within the BJP. And he is not a pushover who can be set aside like Yedurappa was. And, he's there. That is going to be the other thing. So in a sense, look, I'm not saying Mr. Modi is over at all, not at all, but Mr. Modi has faced challenges.
First, and the UP numbers are on your screen.
The UP numbers
are on your screen. Sorry, Sabha. Karthik, over to you.
Yeah, so actually in both the Nagar Palikas and the Nagar Panchayats, Barkha, BJP has a handsome lead. So of the 199 Nagar Palika, I'm seeing BJP 74, SP 30, BSP 21. Nagar Panchayat, BJP 113, SP 63, BSP 32. So yes, that's right. Sabha ma'am is right that they're doing well and they're expected to do well. One will then have to make a comparison as to how well they did the last time, because my recollection is that SP was actually very, very low in the last election. Whatever SP gains is a net gain for them. But yeah, they are doing well. But I just want to also bring to sort of the screen, Barkha, a comprehensive map of Karnataka where we have mapped the leads for all the three parties. If I can just ask the team to pull that up.
Can we change to the graphic? Yeah, go ahead, Karthik.
You can very easily see, Barkha, the spatial variation in where the seats for different parties are coming from. Had it not been for coastal, actually BJP might have been even lower. So BJP sweeping coastal Karnataka, they should be up in just a second. Not this one. We're looking for the map actually. So just to give you a sense of what's happening, the BJP has swept coastal Karnataka. The Congress has done really well in Hyderabad, Karnataka, which is its old bastion. It has flipped Mumbai, Karnataka, Central Karnataka in its favor. Bengaluru, it's close, but the BJP is ahead. And then old Mysore, the Congress has gained and the Congress and BJP both have gained at the expense of the JDS. But the conversion of seats has been better for the Congress. This is the map I'm talking about. This, it just doesn't get more intuitive than this. You start from, it seems like, look at the BJP's pockets of, a victory. The western part, which is the coastal area, Uttar Kannada, Dakshin Kannada, and Udupi. And you look at the green, which is concentrated in the old Mysore area. But the blue is everywhere. There is also a little bit of orange or the saffron in the top, in the northeast, which is the Hyderabad, Karnataka area. But just look at the Congress doing well in Bombay, Karnataka, Central Karnataka, and Hyderabad, Karnataka. They're doing really well. And then old Mysore. So Congress has won 4 out of the 6 regions of Karnataka, Barkha. And that is their path to victory. 118 seats are coming from these 4 regions. Most of
so I want to now actually go to the politics of it. We've gone through the numbers of it, and I think both Mahima and Sabha have made a very interesting 2 different political points. Mahima makes the point that is diminishing. That's her quote. Sabha says there's the rise of Yogi that is also taking place within the BJP, and you have to see both of these things together. Anand Gurumurthy of the BJP, do you first, as we see shots of Congress workers celebrating come in, do you first concede defeat, even as all of us in the media are being very careful right now of calling this election? We've still not called it, but the Congress looks in pole position to form the government unless there's a dramatic surprise in the last few rounds of counting. Anandji?
See, basically, first of all, I would like to start off with what happened in 2018 election. Something similar numbers were being shown in TV at around 11:30, 12 o'clock. Okay, just like how these people are dancing, Congress guys, even our people got excited. But what we have to understand in the counting that we are seeing is, last time we saw this, what happens is up to 10:30, 11 o'clock, okay, last time, the ballot votes were getting counted. Okay, though the TVs were announcing, okay, 10 rounds complete, 11 rounds complete. Well, I'm not telling they're wrong. Okay, they're announcing the right things, but the actual data only comes up after 12:30, 1 o'clock. Okay, now this time, in the ballot votes, there are more number of votes because, aged people are also being counted there. Okay, so the number of voting machines are more. Okay, so my colleague here from the Congress and Sabha, everybody, okay, they are ready with the speech which they want to do against BJP. So they're, just bombarding with the speech. I'm telling, wait for it. Okay, up to 12:30, 1 o'clock. You cannot just be ready with the, when we were in school, there used to be this thing, right? He's ready with the essay for cow, and I'll talk about the cow, no matter what this thing is. Okay, question paper is. So they are ready with the speech from 3 days as we have seen the exit polls. But I would still say, wait for an hour, okay, and then you start really commenting on BJP and whatever you want to comment. Ultimately, whether we win or lose.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Whether we win or lose. I'm coming to that point, Barkha.
Yeah. Do you feel
whether we win or lose.
Okay, you speak.
Yeah, whether we win or lose, we are going to learn something from every election, right? So just wait for an hour, because this none of you have told how many votes have been counted till now. More than crores of people have voted, right? How many votes have counted? You are telling 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, but none of the channels you are telling exactly how many votes have been counted, because it's very difficult. I know on the run collecting that information and adding up and telling. But ultimately, this is what I want to know, and then we can start talking about whether what the direction is.
I think that's fair. We have not called the election for precisely that reason, that we have all learned that till the counting is, almost over, we should not make any conclusive statement. Meanwhile, do we have sound on these pictures? Anyone? Can you speak to me? Can you speak to me? Do we have sound on these pictures? We don't have sound on these pictures, but can we get them with sound, please? Because actually, if you hear the sound, you'll hear chants of Bajrang Bali at the Congress office. I just wanted to make that point, because this was such a contested part of the campaign narrative. Where
Barkha, yes, you do see the Bajrang Bali ka gada, right? The mace.
Yes,
so
correct.
Don't need the chant, but it's pretty visually apparent.
Correct.
And I wonder how much does Kamal Nath have to do with this, because after all, in Chhindwara, he's the one who constructed the Bhavya Hanuman temple. This is very interesting coming from a Congress headquarters.
No, and it's also a very interesting answer to the Congress that, to the BJP, I beg your pardon, that targeted the Congress for diminishing Lord Hanuman after its proposal to ban the Bajrang Dal. So there's a lot of interesting stuff going on there in terms of political semiotics. Anand Gurumurthy of the BJP says, we can't do this analysis right now. The election isn't over. Aarti, jump right in. Aarti.
So, Barkha, this morning, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra went to a Hanuman temple to pray. You know,
we have those
so
pictures.
I mean, this whole Bajrang Bali business, I think the Congress is kind of really giving it back to the BJP.
Yeah, in fact, we have those images of Priyanka praying at a temple earlier today, a Hanuman temple. I think that's the point that has to be underlined. So that's very interesting.
Hanuman temple.
Yes, Madhavan, and yes, those are the pictures there that you see. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Madhavan.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting, Barkha. I mean, while on the Hanuman theme, I also noticed that the spokesman for the Congress party, Pawan Kumar Khera, is also named after Hanuman. And so it seems two interesting factors I've noticed, and Karthik presented a very, fantastic analysis. Therefore, there is very little for us to say except interpret some of the numbers that he's given. So it is abundantly clear that the Hindutva come Bajrang campaign for Modi worked very well in the Udupi belt bordering northern Kerala, because that is where the polarization factor, or what I call the PQ, polarization quotient, is very high. In all other regions, the blue that is being shown in the map shows that Congress has actually shown a double whammy of sorts, because the Vocaliga votes has sort of tilted towards the Congress, especially under D.K. Shivkumar's leadership. On top of that, the big surprise or the cherry on the cake has been the fact that even Lingayats, in spite of the BJP's bet on them with Yediyurappa towering, the votes seem to have, thanks to Jagdish Shettar perhaps, shifted towards the Congress. So in Congress politics, it is amazing that, as I say, the Lingayats and Vocaligas somewhat have helped the Congress. Similarly, the Bajrangis as well as the Bhaijans seem to have helped the Congress in some way. So that is, but the numbers aren't showing a clean sweep on that count. And to that extent, we can't go overboard in our interpretation, except that in the delicate ecosystem of Karnataka politics, the organizational energy of Congress under D.K. Shivkumar seems to have worked excellently, because the average Congress worker in Karnataka compared to the Congress units in the other parts of the country seems to be much more motivated, organized, and having issues at stake. And another point.
Mahima is making an extrapolation for national politics. I want to spend the next 5 minutes talking a little bit about that. Madhavan, do you draw any extrapolation for national politics?
No, not completely, but yes, let me make a nuanced point. People talk about Modi, and I've always held that Modi's leadership should not be confused with charisma. Charisma is an X factor, a personality-driven factor that attracts some people. Modi doesn't have that. What he has is an ideology-driven, strong image protection with an organizational muscle. And in the South, it hits. I have used Rahul Dravid as a metaphor, because Dravid is from Bangalore, and Dravida politics is the wall for BJP's ideology, because quotas, job quotas, education quotas, economic goodies, as well as what you would call some of the caste-based coalitions work much more stronger in the southern part of the country, because we have what is called the OBCs of the South are much more politically empowered.
Can I just jump in and firstly just play out those shots to give you some sense of the sort of mood at the Congress headquarters. This is in fact in Delhi, and then I want to go straight to the politics. Does this have any impact for 2024? Go back to what Mahima said about the Modi factor. Is the scale too narrow for the Congress to feel secure? There are lots of political questions to be asked and answered, but these are the scenes from the Congress headquarters at Delhi, this time with the sound up. Jai Hanuman and kind of Jai Rahul Gandhi, not so much Jai Siddaramaiah or Jai D.K. Shivakumar. Okay, let's go straight to the politics of it. Okay, Karthike, do you have an important lead for us? Karthike, yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, Barkha, at this point, Congress 121, BJP 72. I still feel at the end, once the lead is established, successive rounds tend to go to the party in lead. Don't be surprised if this stretches to 125. I won't be surprised, at least. It could go down as well. But if this expands, I won't be surprised. But one important data point. So Kalburgi is where Kharge Saab comes from. While the Congress has done well in Hyderabad, Karnataka, in this district, it's a tie, 4-4. Of the 9 seats, BJP leading in 4, Congress leading in 4. Just an interesting data point.
Yeah. So I want to go to my. Sorry, lots of you are wanting to come in. I'll start with Aarti, then Sabha, and then Mahima and Anand. Yeah, Aarti, go ahead. Aarti's on mute.
Congress spokesperson about the Modi factor diminishing. And I think that that's really what we need to look at, because 2024 is staring us in the face. I don't know whether the Modi factor is diminishing. I think what we can say is that the BJP's polarizing emphasis on Hindutva, that is definitely diminishing. And it really, I think, works where there is a good local leader as well. For instance, in UP, where you have Yogi Adityanath, who also represents Hindutva politics. And so the combination of Modi plus Yogi, it's kind of like double Hindutva, and, it works very well in UP. But where they don't have a Yogi-like figure, like they have now put Yediyurappa to grass in Karnataka. They don't have a Yogi-like figure in, West Bengal. In Maharashtra, I think they made a big mistake by bringing down the MVA government and trying to, sort of hitch their wagon to Eknath Shinde. And in the process, they have again, kind of diminished their state leadership. I think these are factors that are going to impact the BJP in 2024. Modi will do all his drama and his shock and awe campaign and everything. But, without the presence of that strong regional leader to back him, I think the BJP will find it difficult in these big states. They still have the, a huge edge in UP because of Yogi. And I think that, they, again, in Karnataka, they have made a big mistake by trying to marginalize Yediyurappa. And, on the eve of a major national election, to go in for this whole churn in leadership and caste representation and so on. I mean, I don't think it was a very wise politics, because you've got just a year left. And in just a year, you cannot, effect the kind of change that you want to do.
Yeah, Sabha, and yet when it comes to crediting the regional leaders, I'm sure the Gandhis will, but the Congress social media feed kept the focus on Rahul Gandhi, even sharing the lyrics of a song called I Am Invincible, I Am Unstoppable this morning, and that we didn't even have a single picture of the regional leaders. And that's probably there. Yeah, go ahead.
If I'd like to just add some reporting-based information, because I went there once, but I've been in touch. First of all, the social media feed used in Karnataka was better than that of the BJP. Number one, BJP guys told me this, okay? Because there was this division within the BJP between the Yediyurappa lot and the BL Santosh, okay? Number one. Maybe one side was telling the others that BL Santosh, even this guy, even Hubli was always a BJP stronghold. So the fact that if the BJP manages to win that seat and Shettar gets defeated, Shettar was in a way ready for that. But the point is, he was not ready to be put out into the grass and told you have to go. So number one, the Congress, what we see as social media feed nationally sometimes is not what is being seen in the state. But however, I get your point here. Number one, I would like to nuance what Aarti has said. I don't agree with her entirely. I think the BJP will fall back on even more Hindutva where it can, okay? That is their natural way of being. And because in this election, the Prime Minister who talks of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas did actually raise Hindutva issues himself personally. He tried very hard.
But
I would also say the BJP will also
Sabha, you want to comment on this tweet? Jairam says, Yeah, no, I'm just asking you, it's on your point only. If you want to add it, Jairam Ramesh says Congress has won, the PM has lost. That's what the Congress will try and do. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's what the Congress will say. The other thing is the Hindutva pact. The area where the BJP has been strong, they're going to turn around and say we won because of Hindutva. As Karthik, I mean, the data is showing us the only area where they're holding on is UDP and the coastal area. Let's look at the final numbers. Is that they're going to say that. And that is how they have become. What they did in Karnataka was not getting rid of Yedurappa was not because of Hindutva. Yedurappa is a traditional caste. He is not Hindutva. They wanted DL Santosh and all. It is after Yedurappa is pushed away that this hijab, hilal and all goes nuts over there.
Yeah.
And but they're going to say, because that is the path that the Bharatiya Janata Party has for itself, you know, and so that is what they're going to try. And I have no expectation that the BJP will roll down Hindutva, not from a opinion or some emotional. This is my analysis of a party that I've covered for 2 decades. It's
so you're saying they're going to double down on Hindutva, not diminish it.
They will keep it going wherever they can. The idea is to reduce the local leadership. Adityanath Yogi has become a hard nut to crack for them. Number one. But what do you think all this? The change in India, Hanuman Jayanti, Ram Navami, all of this is happening. Why? This is all Hindutva. The Hindutva is not only that the PM comes. Look what the Prime Minister said in Karnataka. He said, "Vote dalte hue bolo, say Jai Bajrang Bali and vote." I mean, come on. So they have no expectation, and they're going to say we would have done worse if PM had not come. We would not even have
lots of hands going up in response to what you're saying. I think Aarti wants to clarify her.
I can lay a bet on that. I will take a bet. It will not go down.
Aarti.
Well, that is not what I suggested. I said that Hindutva has diminishing returns as far as the voting public is concerned, unless in an election, while the Prime Minister is an important figure and, kind of like a charismatic figure, he has to be backed by a good local leadership as well. Otherwise, just on Hindutva alone, you cannot win, as Karnataka has shown us.
Yeah. Okay, that point is clarified.
Local leadership is not important, no? Here's where the rub lies. I'm not arguing with you. I take your point. I agree with you. But they think the local leadership should be destroyed. Right now, what is the standoff in Delhi over Brij Bhushan Charan Singh? It is the Delhi doesn't want him to go. The Yogi is willing to let him go. So the BJP, you are saying, I agree with you. So therein lies the rub. They don't like, Delhi doesn't like strong local leadership. They are stuck with Adityanath Yogi.
They're stuck with Adityanath because he helps them win elections.
Okay.
And if they don't cultivate more yogis in other states, it's going to be very difficult to carry an entire election just on Modi's shoulders, because Modi has been around for a long time. So you need to bump him up with charismatic local leaders.
So basically, the Modi factor needs to be buoyed by local leaders, and the local leaders cannot be diminished as they have been in Karnataka. Anand Gurumurthy finally has his hand up. Karthikeya, do you have a numbers update before we go to Anand? Yes.
I was telling you this could stretch. It has stretched. 124 Congress, BJP 69. And look at the vote share gap, Barkha. Geez, 8 percentage points. That's like a gap you see between the BJP and the Congress in a North Indian state in the national election.
Yeah,
that's huge, right? And Congress seems to have gained both at the expense of the BJP and the JDS. It will not reflect in the BJP's numbers. Why? Because BJP has also gained from JDS to compensate its vote share, but the BJP has also lost votes to the Congress. So understand, the Congress has gained both from BJP and JDS. BJP has gained primarily from the JDS. So BJP net is 0, Congress net is positive, and JDS net is negative.
But isn't it interesting that the BJP actually holds on to its vote share?
That's what I'm saying. It's not holding on to all of its traditional vote share. It is also adding new pieces. It has lost some old vote share, but it has compensated. But that compensation has not come from areas where that vote could have converted into seats, like old Mysore, right?
Yeah.
But I will just add one more point to this very interesting discussion that was going on. Modi ji requires a local chief minister or a local leader when they are seeking re-election. when Modi is trying to bring the BJP to power in a state where it's virgin territory, where the BJP has not been tested, then his charisma is enough. We have seen it state after state. But the moment you have a local chief minister or a local BJP leader,
well, it hasn't worked in the south. Karthik, that theory hasn't worked in the south.
No, wait. I'm talking generally. Of course, there will be outliers, right? So I can give you different examples. Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Haryana, UP, 2014, 2017. It was all prime minister's face.
Okay. Can I
in 2019? Let me just complete that point. Barkha, 2019, the 3 states with poor local leadership, they lost. 2022, the state with Yogi Adityanath, they won because there the magic worked.
I understand.
The other chief minister they have is Assam. Yeah.
I understand what you're trying to say. No, hang on. I understand what you're trying to say, but actually, even virgin territories for the BJP, the south of the Vindhyas, this hasn't worked. So it's not a one-size-fits-all theory, but we can debate it later. We need to bring in the BJP and the Congress leaders. Be very, very patiently. Madhavan, I'll come to you after that. Anand, you had your hand up first. After that, Mahima. Anand, over to you.
Yeah, see, basically, I don't know. We are talking about an election past to just speak about her hate theory, okay? And you continue calling it a hate theory, okay? But
why is it a hate theory? It's political analysis.
Let me explain, no, Barkha. Let me explain. Okay, I'm coming to that point. I'll not go away, okay? So it's just, when the Prime Minister has given Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas, and all our schemes, beneficiary schemes, we are ensuring that every citizen gets a chance. But she just has to speak about the hate theory everywhere, not only here in media, but in social media. So I just don't want to personally comment on one person, but ultimately, everything, if it boils down to that, no, elections are not like that, okay? But definitely there are certain other factors. Now they are telling, okay, there's no local leader yet. But are you also considering that in the last 3.5 years, almost 1.5 years, we had COVID-related issues with respect to economy and financial issues. And with respect to that, there's a lot of inflation. In the last 1 year also, there's a lot of inflation. So all these factors get merged into an election. In this election, here, they are making promises which are not even, something which they can give. But they have promised. This is the same thing that Kumaraswamy did. Okay, in 2018 election, he did the same thing. Okay, he promised complete loan waiver. And ultimately, what did they do? They just gave the loan waiver to some of the constituencies where they wanted to win back in 2023. That's all these guys will also do. Okay, they will only do a lot of corruption and other things. Okay, but people still, are being misled because we're only talking about subjects that we love to, which get more trends and more TRP and other things. But ultimately, if you are taking the bigger picture here, there were a lot of crises during the corona, and leaders of Karnataka BJP stood up. They ensured that everything was done in a way which was directed by the central government and ensured that nobody went.
Can I ask you a question? My question is simple.
Yeah, you may.
Yeah. Jagdish Shettar has lost his seat. Meanwhile, we have that result in. Jagdish Shettar was, of course, the BJP leader, stalwart, who moved to the Congress. My question to you, sir, is this, Mr. Gurumurthy. You may think that the criticism made by some of the other guests is what you call hate politics. I'm only asking you, how do you read the reduction in numbers? You have gone down. You've gone down from 104 to possibly 69. But yes, there are some seats still being counted. In fact, we now have information that in 29 seats, the margin is about 2,000 or less. So I take your point.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but you are reduced. What is your analysis of why you reduced?
So see, wait a second. Okay, before we, you do the analysis on all fronts. That's what I'm telling. But here it is being only talked about. Okay, Hindutva didn't work for BJP. Hindutva works for Congress. Now Priyanka goes to Bajrangbali today after whatever her age is. Okay, so this is not the thing. Okay, this is not the only context in which the debate should go on. Right. What I'm trying to tell you is, if this is the context in which you want to take the debate, then let's talk about the other things also, so that all your experts here and even Congress, let them speak about the economy that India is taking forward with respect to other countries also. Then we will do a slicing and dicing and say, okay, what is the GST gap that was there? And wait, Barkha, I'll just make one more statement. Okay, just give me this 30 seconds. Okay, then what was the fiscal deficit in 2020, 2021, 22, and what is 2022 fiscal deficit of Karnataka? How it was regained back? All this work BJP government did. Now, if people understand it or not, you must make them understand, or BJP must make them understand. That's a point that I take from this debate. But ultimately, you only talking about one thing, okay? Hindutva didn't like all that you're seeing by vote share remains the same.
Okay, Mr. Gurumurthy, we are just getting reports. We're waiting for the official statement to come out that Mr. Bomai has conceded defeat, but we're awaiting that that to come out formally. I assure you that nobody has any interest in doing hate politics on either side. I was only asking you quite simply, what is your analysis for why the BJP has not done as well as last time? That answer we are still awaiting. But let me go to Mahima. Equally, my tough question for you, Mahima, is this. The big statement that this is, the country has changed its mind. Karnataka is not the country. Every state has its unique politics. This is an assembly election, not a Lok Sabha election. And in the Lok Sabha election, the BJP swept. So, these big statements about, immediately linking this to national politics, Jairam Ramesh tweeting, the Prime Minister has lost. You fought this election as a local election. Now you want to make its outcome national. How do you explain that, Mahima?
I'll briefly answer your question, but before that, let me just empathize with the BJP spokesperson for two reasons. Number one is he's absolutely resonating the pay CM, cry PM sentiment of the BJP here. I empathize. I also empathize with the BJP for another reason. Their dream has been shattered of having a Congress Mukt Bharat. So I do empathize with the BJP spokesperson on these two grounds. And then I take you to the Bharat Jodo Yatra days, because then these people used to question where are the results, what is the impact? And you see the Kannadigas who drenched in rain to listen to Rahul Gandhi about their issues being talked about and discussed with when he walked the streets of Karnataka, as he said, I'm walking the streets that you walk to drop your children to the school, to go to the office, to pay the GST that has been, imposed upon you without any policy, without any strategy. So those Kannadigas have today given a befitting reply to the Modi government and to the Bomai government also. And why do I say Modi government time and again? And why do my leaders say that it is the Congress that has won, but Modi that has lost? Because it was Mr. Modi who cried foul before the Kannadigas about his insult, about his personal offense. He was the one who never spoke about the 40% Sarkar, the corruption, the legislator who committed suicide, the Bajrang Dal overreach there, and all of that. I think that it is the people of Karnataka who've shown the BJP that Bajrang Bali doesn't have the angry face that the BJP is trying to show the world. Bajrang Bali strikes the balance. The balance has been struck today.
Yeah. Okay. Now here's the. Hang on. Everybody hang on. Madhavan has been waiting. Anandji, please give me a second. I'm also quite intrigued by the Congress wanting to claim Hanuman, but as their own. There is in Chhattisgarh, you're seeing the Chief Minister tweet lines from the Hanuman Chalisa. You're seeing Jai Hanuman slogans at the Congress office. So this is something quite interesting that is going on. And all right, we have the statement now from Chief Minister Bomai. We've not been able to make the mark. Once the results come, we will do a detailed analysis as a national party. We will not only analyze, but also see what deficiencies and gap were left at various levels. We take this result in our stride. So Chief Minister Basavaraj Bomai has conceded defeat. That is the breaking news at this hour. Though the media has been careful in calling Karnataka, the BJP has called it. The BJP Chief Minister Kartikeya, we've been very cautious. But the BJP Chief Minister, can we update the banners on our screen, please? Mr. Bomai has conceded defeat. There, we've not been able to make the mark.
Barkha.
Yes, Kartikeya, hang on.
Barkha.
Hang on. I just want to read the statement again. Mr. Bomai says we will, as a national party, we will have to analyze and see what deficiencies and gap there were in our campaign. We've not been able to make the mark. Go ahead, Kartikeya.
No, but I was just adding as to why we have been so careful, because even as we speak right now, there are 17 seats with a margin of less than 1,000 votes, of which Congress is leading on 8, BJP 5, JDS 3. There are 9 seats with a margin of less than 500 votes. And therein, if you look at this vote, the split, it's 4 to the BJP, 4 to the Congress, and 1 to the JDS. Now, these are not very big numbers, but it could be the difference between a hung assembly and the Congress getting a majority. And I think that's why everybody is still waiting and watching.
But then are you saying that when you look at 32 seats where the margin is less than 2,000 votes, so there could still be a surprise?
Because they're evenly split. For instance, it's 16 to the Congress, BJP 9, JDS 5. Unless it one-sided flips in one direction, status quo should remain. Because whenever we have such close margins, the assumption is 50-50. You lose 50%, you'll gain 50%. So if that happens, because it's not that all these seats are going to the Congress currently, right? 16 to the Congress, 9 to the BJP, and 5 to the JDS. So 16 to Congress, 14 to non-Congress. If
but all of the 32 would have to go to the BJP at the moment for this gap to be filled, right? That's the point.
That's my point. That is my point, which is what I'm saying. It is a low probability event that all these seats will flip away from the Congress towards the other side. The more likely event is you'll have some sort of a mix and match where some seats move this way and some seats move the other way. In which case, status quo will be maintained. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
This would have been a problem.
Have to go. Yeah, sorry, can I interrupt because we have lots of others who have to go and make their last comments. Aarti's last comment, then Madhavan, then Anand. Aarti, go ahead, please. Aarti. Aarti, can you hear me?
So, before we jump to 2024, I think we need to look at these state elections that are coming up later this year, where in at least 3 states, it's going to be again BJP versus Congress, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. I think there's a huge lesson for the Congress from Karnataka when they go into fighting these elections, that leave it to the state leaders, leave it to the state units. The Gandhis should play a supporting role, but in the forefront, it should be the state leaders and they should fight on local issues. That is the best way to challenge the BJP. So, this Karnataka is a huge learning lesson for the Congress.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very important point that you're making about local issues and what will the Congress learn. And I see Mahima's hand up, but can we, with everyone's permission, Aarti, I know you have to go. Thanks for your time. Madhavan, briefly, then Anand, and then Mahima. Go ahead.
Yeah, Barkha, very quickly, there is this whole thing about the double engine sarkar that I want to dispel. It works only in some states, because in highly empowered states where you have an educated rural middle class, that is Karnataka is a classic example, then let me remind everyone that we are in a parliamentary democracy with a federal system. So Modi's attempts to presidentialize the national election and then make the local election seem like an American governor's election doesn't work, because various kinds of cultural, caste, coalition, economic and social issues play out, in which interest group politics, which is a very strong discipline in political science, is more important than the BJP thinks it is. In fact, it is Mr. Anand Gurumurthy who assumes that the BJP's worldview is the only worldview available. It's your opinion. Don't confuse your opinion with objective facts. And every time you learn this, you assume your opinion is the fact. It's not. People.
You're assuming about me.
No, you're the one who talked about the cow's essay, and you're behaving like the cow's essay. Now,
okay, let's not be personal. Madhavan, no, let's take that last statement back. Let's take that last statement back. Let's withdraw that last statement.
Okay, I don't mind that. But I'm trying to say that interest groups matter, issues, policies, programs, and performance matter. And the Karnataka election is a case in point, which shows that India has an aware, politically aware rural middle class, which is not allowing simplistic personality-based cults to be.
I think the other thing to talk about, Anandji, is also that perhaps the BJP intuitively understands the North better than the South, and it has been trying to change that, but with limited success, right? I see Kartike's hand up, but I'll let Anand. Anand, may I take Mr. Bomai's statement and then come to you, because we have a statement ready. Can we, and I also see Nalini Singh, veteran journalist, joining us. I just want to play Mr. Bomai saying we have not made the mark, despite Kartikeya telling us there are 32 seats where the margins are less than 2,000. Listen in.
No. Once the results come, we will do the detailed analysis. And as a political party and as a national political party, we'll not only analyze and we'll see that what are the gaps and what are the deficiencies were there and at different levels. We will look into that and improve upon it. And we'll take this result in our stride and we'll go ahead and reorganize the party and come back.
Okay, we will reorganize. We'll take the result in our stride. Mr. Bomai there conceding a defeat before. The media has in fact called this election. The media has been very careful this morning. We've certainly been very, very careful because some of the margins are so narrow in more than 30 seats. Kartikeya, do you want to just jump in before I introduce our next set of guests?
Yeah, Barkha, at this point, what we had been discussing in the last lap, you can extend your lead. You usually extend your lead. Congress now touching 129 to BJP 67. Congratulations to Mahima ji. It seems that they're getting close to that, not just passing the majority, but handsomely passing the majority, getting close to a well-cushioned victory where they can, now they can take a breather. And this whole, I think even Bhupesh Baghel, Chief Minister Chhattisgarh, has tweeted something on Hanuman. Barkha, this could become really interesting in the run-up to 2024 because remember, in 2020 Delhi, this is what Aam Aadmi Party did. Their Jai Bajrang Bali versus the BJP's Jai Shri Ram. Will the Congress use this as an opportunity to blunt what the BJP will do with the grand opening of the Ram temple later this year? Only time will tell. But for now, they seem to be cashing in on this. And I think they're now coming very close to a victory. Comfortable victory. So the close margins are still there, but this is now moving in the Axis My India territory, which the BJP would not like.
Okay, which the Congress would be relieved at. Anand, we'll let you make your point, and then Mahima, and then we'll introduce our guests. Go ahead, Anand ji. Can we unmute Anand? Anand ji, you're muted at your side. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. So basically, even I have to move now. But see, the Congress spokesperson was showing a lot of sympathy and empathy, but I want to tell it back to them because right now, Barkha, that from now on, will question you on the manifesto promises, which is more than 1 lakh crore for Congress. In Karnataka, 1 lakh crore more will be this thing deficit. Okay, now how is Congress going to do that? You're not going to talk about Modi, Mahima. You talk about that. How are you going to do it? Tell us the mathematics. Okay, that's all I want to ask because that is where sympathy and empathy lies. Okay, you will be cheating people. Congress will be cheating people if you're not able to deliver that. If you go into governance.
Okay,
that's the statement I want to make. Okay, I'm sure Barkha will continuously question you on that.
Yes, I'm getting all set to do exactly that and also ask them who's going to be their chief minister. Thank you so much, Anand Gurumurthy, for joining us. We'll let you go now to your next program. Before I introduce the others on our screen, Mahima, I must allow you a last word as well. Who's going to be chief minister? The Congress is poised to form the government. Mr. Bomai has conceded defeat. Who's going to be the chief minister? And give me a non-politically correct answer. Yeah.
I raised my hand when Miss Aarti Jairath was speaking, and now my learned colleague from the party.
I'm so sorry.
So I just briefly make the point that I had to, and then leave it to my colleague. The BJP spokesperson and the BJP at large can do better at perception because he again misquoted me just now. He's left. I wish he was here to hear this. He said sympathy and empathy. I only said empathize. We empathize. We are not sympathizing with the BJP. We understand the value of different parties and different counterparts in a democracy. And what I wanted to say to Miss Jairath, it was that she said that we hope that the Congress goes on like this. Let me just remind the viewers that Himachal was won on local issues. Rajasthan, we are governing with local issues. Karnataka, every legislator has signed the 5 guarantees, and that's what we have been projecting on our handles. Rahul Gandhi ji is our leader, of course. We'll project his face, but we have fought always. We are fighting. We will fight for the local issues, for the people. Thank
Okay,
you.
Mahima, we'll let you go. Thank you so much. Let me introduce now formally on the program Nalini Singh, veteran journalist, Nilanjan Sarkar, senior fellow at the Center for Policy Research. Good to see you. We're also joined by Meeta Chakrabarti of the Congress Party, and Kartikeya Batra is still with us as well. We'll have the BJP spokesperson join us shortly in a moment. We just had one of them leave. Kartikeya, the overall picture, I think we can now say the Congress is set to form the government in Karnataka. Hang on, guys. Someone's speaking. The Congress is poised to form the government in Karnataka. Mr. Bomai has conceded defeat. Where the numbers land up at the end, we're still waiting to see. Kartikeya, overall picture, and if you want to also take us to some of the regions and the big patterns. Kartikeya.
Yeah, so we can put up the regional splits in a bit while I talk over the numbers. So
yeah,
Congress Barkha 128 leads, BJP 68. The Chief Minister of Karnataka has conceded defeat. I think it's safe to say now this is going in one direction. I think Congress was not fighting for 113. Congress was fighting for 120 plus, was my sense. I think this result would give them some heart that this is now not just a victory. It's an emphatic victory if they cross the 125 mark, because that will be huge, Now all the internal bickering, etc., can happen within a safe space, and then they can do whatever they want. If this had been tenuous like we saw in Madhya Pradesh 2018, then you could have a Jyotiraditya Scindia like scenario, but that doesn't seem to be happening. So I think well played, Congress, well done. We've been saying that there was anti-incumbency, but you need the right opposition to cash in on the anti-incumbency. There was local leadership, there were resources, there was a local campaign. It was a positive campaign, and the Congress had the right leaders representing all social groups in Karnataka. The other key thing is that the JDS, while losing vote share, has held on to its seat share. So it seems that the JDS's residual vote share from other pockets where seat conversion is difficult has gone to the Congress, although the JDS will be disappointed vis-a-vis its seat share from 2018. It's gone down to 22, but it's not the sort of annihilation that one could have thought, going down below 20. 22 is not a bad figure, not a good figure, somewhere in between, but lots to think for the JDS, because I think the JDS has lost ground. That has been picked up by both the BJP and the Congress. The BJP has lost ground. That has been picked up by the Congress. The Congress is the biggest beneficiary of this particular election. Look at the jump in the vote share, 6 percentage points. The lead over the BJP is 8 percentage points. That's humongous. That is huge. The BJP has retained its vote share primarily because what it lost to the Congress, it has been able to compensate from the JDS. So the JDS net loser, Congress net gainer, BJP net neutral. We can now, if we can move on to the regional splits, there are 6 primary regions in Karnataka, and I can quickly tell you what has happened in each region. If we can start with, I don't know what we are starting with, but we can start with the Great Bangalore area, where of the 30 seats, the BJP is doing well or leading in 16, Congress in 14. This is coastal Karnataka. This is where the BJP is sweeping, and this was expected because the BJP. This is the place where the BJP's polarization politics works in Karnataka. Of the 19 seats, 13 going to the BJP right now. This number has changed. Congress leading in 5 and JDS 1. So it's a virtual sweep for the BJP in coastal Karnataka. If we can then move to the 2 citadels of the BJP, Mumbai, Karnataka and Central Karnataka. In Mumbai, Karnataka, Barkha, the scene has completely flipped. Of the 50 seats, Congress getting 33, BJP getting 16. It was the other way around last time. If we can then move to Central Karnataka, in Central Karnataka again, which is another citadel of the BJP because Mr. Yediyurappa comes from here, strong Lingayat presence, which was the same case in Mumbai, Karnataka as well. In Central Karnataka, Congress leading in 17 of 25, BJP leading in 7 of 25, and JDS leading in 1 of 25. That's Central Karnataka there for you. This is Yediyurappa land essentially. So the Congress leading in 17 of 25. These are updated numbers because things are changing rapidly. So we have to keep pace with that. So right now 17 to 7. The slide showing 16 to 8. They're almost there. And if we quickly pull up Mumbai, Karnataka as well, I can quickly go over the numbers once again. And look at the contrast from last time. It's huge. The contrast is huge because the BJP did really well in Mumbai, Karnataka, winning 20 seats of 25 last time. This time, Central Karnataka rather, they're leading in 17. In Mumbai, Karnataka, as I said, this is again a strong Lingayat area. Congress 30, BJP 18, JDS 2. The image was exactly the opposite last time, where the BJP had very handsome a very handsome performance in this area. We can then move to the old Mysuru area, which is again a very important area with 57 seats. Here the Congress has gained at the expense of the JDS. So BJP is sort of holding Congress 33, JDS 16, BJP 5. Again, a slight difference because, as I'm saying, these numbers are changing dynamically. But this is a very good performance for the Congress. The JDS last time got 27 seats in this area. So they have dropped 11 seats, shaved off 11 seats. So that will be disappointing for them. And then the Hyderabad, Karnataka area, which has implications for the Congress nationally, because this is SC, ST plus Muslims, this is 50%. This is Mr. Kharge's area. Here, the Congress is leading in 25 out of 41 seats, BJP in 10 out of 41 seats. So the Congress's strike rate is roughly 62%, which is, again, a very credible performance. So that's what it is. You know, if we can just pull up the entire map of Karnataka in one go quickly, I can summarize this really quickly. BJP doing well in coastal Karnataka as expected, holding fort in the greater Bengaluru area, but Congress essentially picking up in 4 of the 6 regions. Hyderabad, Karnataka, Central Karnataka, Mumbai, Karnataka, Old Mysore. They have flipped the results in 4 of the 6. When I say flip, the reference point is 2018. So once the overall map, the comprehensive map is up, this will become clearer. But the story is that the Congress has gained in 4 of the 6 regions. Yeah, right there. The BJP has held in coastal and Bengaluru, and that's why the BJP is at 68, and the Congress has raced to 128. The JDS has lost 15 seats, a lot of losses coming from the old Mysore area, and that's the Congress's path to victory for today. And now, at this point, Barkha, as we speak, Congress is touching 130, BJP 66, JDS 22. Again, this is the Axis My India territory now. So it seems even the marginal seats seem to have gone towards the Congress, which is where C voter was being a little conservative, although even yesterday, even they sort of called it in the 120 to 140 range. But this is a phenomenal result for the Congress if these trends hold.
Well, 130 would be exactly where Mr. Siddaramaiah had forecast his performance, and he's about to speak to the media soon. We'll cut across live when we have that. PKD Nambiar is with us, Nilanjan Sarkar, Nalini Singh, Neeta Chakrabarti. Let's get the first comments. Nalini, the overall politics. We've done a lot of talking about the number. The Congress is going to try and push a conclusion for its national leadership. They're going to try and position themselves now as the opposition party that needs to be taken or retaken seriously. The BJP is going to try and localize it. It's the exact opposite of how the campaigns were fought, where the Congress tried to localize it and the BJP tried to make it about national politics. Your take, Nalini?
Barkha, I've actually lost you in the middle and I can't see anybody, but never mind. I think, Barkha, let me do a little bit of Man Ki Baat, my Man Ki Baat, because I think now the time has come to say that religion has been played yet again as a vote catcher, and to bring in Bajrangbali, and then for it, from what you can see, not to succeed. Maybe the Muslims who got polarized, but I want to say something which I think is pretty, now it needs to be said. The Hindus have not fallen for this, and the Hindus of Karnataka do not seem to have got into that kind of polarization that was hoped for by the BJP. And also, I think we also need to say that when we have reservation, and we talked about the taking away the quota of the Muslims for whatever reasons, that religion is not supposed to be a determinant of quota, but however, it was taken away on the eve of the elections. The Lingayats and Vokalingas, both of them do not seem to have fallen for it. So I think that this is something that we need to say, and also that the Honorable Prime Minister, I must, at that time, and I'm not at all being, this is not, I'm not going above my pay scale in life, to say that to manufacture outrage on the questions of, let's say, sovereignty of Karnataka. Has anybody ever heard in the last 50 years, whenever Karnataka came into existence, that there is something which is that Karnataka will break away from India? I mean, who can ever suggest it in their sane minds? And for our Honorable Prime Minister to take it up. So these are the three. And I think that what really also seems to have mattered a lot over here is that the poor are still looking for guarantees of life of the base that will.
But Nalini, you make this very interesting point about how this whole Bajrang Bali invocation didn't work in the campaign. But what's interesting is, and we can show those shots now, the Congress workers, while celebrating, actually raised Jai Hanuman slogans, right? So, there you can see those, and the mace and so on. And also the Congress politicians like Bhupesh Baghel are tweeting lines now from the Hanuman Chalisa. So it's not as if the Congress is letting go of this. In fact, Priyanka Gandhi offered prayers at a Hanuman Mandir earlier today. So religion is now in politics. The Congress is also using religious sort of subtext to answer the BJP, Nalini.
So I think that therefore we have to ask one question, Barkha. We don't have to fall in for this. They are doing it. It's a good thing you're reporting it. But look at what's really happening. The question, which is the essence of this, is can BJP or any other party polarize every election? Or is it just a phenomena of the North, as one of your earlier panelists was saying? So if the BJP cannot polarize every election on the basis of religion, maybe BJP can polarize on something else, which is on the per capita income clustering or inequality or something. But on religion, I think it has become something which is so sharp now that it is taking away the public from, short term, the public will think about the religion. But what about, we are in the age of artificial intelligence. Chat GPT has gone, and we are on the next one, which is Auto GPT. So I'm just saying, in an environment like this, are we going to really talk about this question of the Hindu-Muslim divide?
But I think the elephant in the room is also whether the BJP doesn't understand the South. The Karnataka was the one state where it had a strong. Of course, I should also say, in 38 years in Karnataka, no one has been re-elected. So to that extent, it has kept to the pattern of the state. Nilanjan, any sort of macro perspective in addition to the numbers that Kartike has taken us through before I get into the politics of it, Nilanjan?
So, one thing when you look at the aggregate numbers is that it's sort of misleading. It looks like the BJP's vote share hasn't dropped at all. When I run the numbers, conditional on if the BJP won last time in those seats, it's lost an average of 5 percentage points. In seats that were Lingayat dominated, it's lost an average of 6 percentage points. These are huge anti-incumbency, right? And so there are two sources of anti-incumbency locally that showed up for the BJP. One is, of course, breaking of its Lingayat base. But the second, which was mentioned briefly by Nalini, right, which is that, we are seeing a swing among poorer voters, potentially among female voters, right? There's been some discussion of that. And it's actually something we've seen across India, right, where a certain kind of welfare politics has been very, very effective as a counter to BJP's strategies. It was in Bengal. In fact, it was this kind of welfare strategy that worked in BJP's favor in UP, right? So I think what we're starting to see is a certain kind of political narrative showing up around welfare delivery, around gender, which is actually having genuine political impacts on the ground. I think it is true that there's a difference between the North and the South. And I think when we think about what the national implications of an election like this might be, is that unlike the North, I do think the Congress leadership and even the JDS leadership has an ability to hold on to its regional support bases, even in national elections. So in 2014, the BJP only won 17 out of the 28 seats, right? Even though it swept last time, 25 out of 28. So it's plausible that the Congress can actually pull back even in the national elections on the backs of what has been done this time. Unlike the North, where irrespective of how the Congress party is doing in state elections, it seems like the BJP has really had the trump card in the last couple of national elections.
Right. That's very interesting. And I think you're making the important point that if you just look at the vote share, you'd think the BJP hasn't suffered anti-incumbency, but in vote to seat conversion, that's a massive knock that the BJP has taken. And in fact, you can see the BJP was, got 104 seats in the last assembly election. It's down in Leeds at least to 66. So that point is well taken. We also have Pooja Prasanna of Newsminute joining us. But PKT Nambiar, where do you think the BJP went wrong? And, the Prime Minister made a very, very aggressive sort of intervention leading this campaign in many ways. Maybe he contained the damage. Maybe it would have been even worse for the BJP had he not stepped in. But the Congress, of course, is pouncing on this win by saying the Prime Minister has lost. Those were the exact words of Jairam Ramesh. PKD Nambiar.
Well, I would say that BJP went on a little overconfident, and which generally is the body language of the party generally, even if you really look at it in any election, because that's the way they use all their man and mission and the people and the leaders to the fullest. But there are times you need to understand that there is a background of an election. In fact, I have been telling, even despite that I support the present regime, that there is something which was really lacking in the government from the last 1 year. There has been a message which has clearly been able to come across in that it's a corrupt government. The government do not have a strong leader or a face which is something like a Shivraj Singh Chauhan or some or a Yogi Adityanath. That kind of a leader was also missing after the Yediyurappa. Of course, it was a combination of multiple things, along with definitely the DK Shivkumar and the Congress, the Siddaramaiah was trying to come together and doing it. And the most important thing is that Rahul Gandhi, the Congress have been able to keep the Rahul Gandhi a little far away from the election campaign. So that also may have helped.
Not in giving credit.
So that also may have helped Congress to sustain. But I think this election has not just the Congress won. Congress minority appeasement has really won. I wanted to tell you the special.
No, why would you say that? Why would
I
you
would
say
say that? I would say that if you really look at from the last 2 years of the episodes which were happening in the Karnataka, whether it is in the coastal Karnataka or in the Hyderabad Karnataka, and many of these places, including Hubli, there were tensions which related to whether it was a hijab, whether it was Asan, and many of those issues. And to an extent that the Mallikarjun Kharge, he himself has even accepted the SDPI support. So, and saying to that extent that PFI may be a terrorist outfit, but SDPI's vote is, we are actually okay. So in that word, said there is a large amount of minority appeasement and or a minority vote had completely shifted. If you really look at the map, in maybe Sharon will be able to explain you that it has shifted in a way like as a block. It actually has shifted in a way to the BJP, whereas BJP retained its own vote share. And most importantly, yes, Nalini was talking about that why this religion has brought in and etc. BJP this time around has not brought any religion in this Karnataka election. It was all brought by the Congress, whether it is a Bajrang Dal or whether it was in the case of the Muslim additional quota, etc. This was not read, but then yes, it happened. But one thing is very clear that across the Karnataka, there was an anti-corruption mood, which was actually been somewhere. I feel that it was embedded in the minds of people. This government was corrupt, and overdose of anybody. I would say that it is a little bit of fatigue. That is also not right. But I must tell you, this has got a long-lasting effect, and I have no regret in saying this, that because it may not have any big impact on the national election, but in the Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, these elections will have an impact because it's going to be fighting between both the parties at the national level. Secondly, most importantly, Karnataka is a very, very progressive state. If the state, like such a big state, if the Congress gets, that means they will also have now more and more money and muscle that will be able to fund the rest of the elections. So Congress will have a renewed life. May not be for the 2024, but for the definitely there is no doubt that it is for the
let me bring in reactions from Meeta and Pooja. Meeta, do go ahead. I think everyone wants to know now who will be Chief Minister, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much, and I think the congratulations also needs to be given to the voters of Karnataka for giving a decisive mandate, given the fact that Karnataka is known to throw up a hung assembly in the past 20 years, with the exception of 2013. But before I go and answer your query, can I just quickly give a rebuttal to some of the points raised by my previous co-panelists? I think one of the points that he said that Congress had done a blatant minority appeasement, I take strong exception to that point. And it's only the minorities who have voted for the Congress. But if you look at the vote share and the minority population percentage in the state of Karnataka, I think Muslim minority percentage will be around 13% of the total population. And I think Congress vote share is around 44%, from what we are hearing. So definitely a very good, sizable section of the Hindu community have also voted for Congress,
including the Lingayats, which is the point I wanted to make to PKD, and I was distracted by looking at some numbers. Across all groups,
including across all groups, across all age groups as well, and including the Lingayats, and obviously the tribals, the OBCs, the Dalit, and the minority. To say that it's only because of minority voters getting consolidated, it's probably an incorrect representation of the data. That's number one. Number two, you asked me about who is going to be the chief minister. I think we have a process. The legislative party is going to have a meeting, and all the elected MLAs are going to elect their leader. And then the final call will be taken by the AICC president, Mr. Kharge, and the collective leadership of AICC, based on the inputs given by the elected MLAs of Karnataka. So that's the process that we are going to follow in this case as well.
I think right after Pooja speaks, what will be useful, PKD, and I want your comment on it. Hang on for a second. Is Kartike's numbers that actually show the gains from across communities, including the Lingayat-dominated seats where the BJP used to have a much greater dominance. Pooja, your big takeaway from the results and the numbers as they stack up. Pooja, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead.
Am I audible now? Yeah. So I think one big takeaway is that you cannot have a very shaky state unit and just bring in the prime minister in the last minute, and then there is this carpet bombing and expect to win big in a state like Karnataka. And hopefully this will be replicated in other states also, because last 3 to 4 years we saw multiple allegations of corruption. But what was even more disheartening to see is the way the BJP dealt with it. Instead of actually acting on those allegations, they just were arrogantly dismissive of everything and just kept putting the onus on people to bring evidence instead of handling it in an efficient manner. So it's almost like there is a strong message that is being sent by the voters this time, that no, you cannot take us for granted and just expect Hindutva to work, or Prime Minister Modi's personality cult, whatever it is that you want to call it, to work time and again. Second, I think big takeaway is that the Lingayat factor, because there was this sense that come what may, Lingayats will remain with the BJP. It was, again, like the BJP had taken it for granted. We saw how leaders like Saudi and Shettar were treated, despite the fact that neither of them were mass leaders, nothing compared to Yediyurappa. But the very treatment of Yediyurappa has also not gone unnoticed. And when we look at the numbers emerging from two regions, Mumbai, Karnataka and Central Karnataka region, which have been the backbone of BJP's win, this will go on to show that BJP will have to rethink their strategy of how they've treated Lingayat voters and Lingayat leaders.
I think those are some excellent points, and I want Kartike to just pick up that last point. Can we have the slide on the Lingayat vote? And also Kartik, PKD will want to respond. But this point about the Muslims brought the Congress in, your data shows something quite different. Meanwhile, interesting questions coming from our audience. Did the BJP blunder on the Amul Nandini issue? Was it the wrong signal to Kannadiga pride? Also, the local leadership's inability to stand up to Maharashtra on the border issue in Belgaum. Okay, Kartik, quickly, because PKD has to respond to this. Kartik.
So I'll give you some numbers, Barkha. So we know that Congress has done well in the Lingayat belt. We've been discussing this. The Congress has been leading in 45 seats, BJP on 20, and the others on 5, right? JDS on 5. Now, if you were to just look at the margins where the Congress has won, right? In Lingayat seats, the Congress's margin of victory is 13,500. That for BJP is 9,600. So Congress has won more convincingly in these seats than the BJP.
Can I hold you, because PKD has to leave? I want him to respond to the point he made, and this was a very important graphic to bring up in the context of what everybody has said. Mr. Nambiar.
See, well, I'll tell you that if a party gets 130 seats, that means it has got vote from everybody, whether it is irrespective of any
point we're making.
All the social groups. But on top of it, if you really look at Kartik was talking about, the BJP's vote percentage has not come down so drastically. So what is the additional extra vote or the percentage had gone to the Congress. That is where I am saying that as a bloc, the minorities have, because this kind of a threat which has been created in the minds of people. So there is a large amount of people, whether it is in the Coorg area or in many other areas, the minorities have voted as a bloc to the Congress, and that to an extent has helped them to reach this position. So I think a win is a win, and I think it's a very, very super win.
I think Karthik wants to interject, and then I need to go to the others. Briefly, Karthik, and briefly, PKD. Please, I need to go to the others.
PKD is right that the Muslims have voted they have consolidated, but that's not the only story. That's probably one part of a multi-part story. Look at the SC/ST vote. I was just telling you, Barkha, just give me 1 second. In SC/ST seats where Congress has won, the margin is, you know how much? 20,000 votes. And where the BJP has won, the margin is 9,000 votes. So the Congress has gained across the board. To paint this as a story of appeasement is doing an injustice. You can say that yes, Muslims voted en masse probably behind the Congress. Okay, but that's, as I said, one chapter of a book. This book has several chapters.
I think Nilanjan wants to add a point there. Nilanjan, go ahead. Nilanjan.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of confusion, I think, for the average person watching about what is it that is keeping the BJP vote share afloat. It actually seems to have gained some votes in the Mysore region. But
exactly.
It was so far behind in the Mysore region because the JDS is losing votes that it didn't actually, it just meant the JDS has lost some vote share. Some of it has gone to BJP, but nowhere near winning a whole bunch of seats. So it's actually gaining vote share in a number of places. I remember Yogendra Yadav put it actually in a nice way. He said that in 2018, the vote share was more concentrated. It has become more broad now. So when you look, if the overall vote share is the same, but you're getting vote from many, many more places, then your average vote share is actually going down quite a bit. And I think that's exactly a good way of thinking about what has happened this time.
Actually, we have the slide of the old Mysore area, which you're talking about, Nilanjan. And can we please bring that slide up? Because I think this is correct, that most people will be looking at this result and saying if the BJP's vote share is, marginally kind of the same, then how is this anti-incumbency? Where have they gained to keep that vote share the same? And that's an important point there. You see the old Mysore seats where, by the way, that's not so many though. That's 6. That's 6. Okay.
Yeah,
but
exactly. So they weren't able to gain seats, only vote share, right?
Yeah. Barkha, so this is something we have been saying since morning, that BJP has gained from JDS. Congress has gained from both BJP and JDS. Therefore, at the end, JDS net loser, Congress net gainer, BJP net stable in terms of vote share. But in terms of seat share, the BJP has lost because, as Nilanjan was saying, it picked up votes in areas where it could not convert them into seats. But JDS was hemorrhaging. And when JDS hemorrhaged, while it retained a core set of seats with the 12-13% votes, the 5% got distributed between the BJP and the Congress, thereby offsetting the BJP's losses, but also amplifying the Congress's gains over what it gained from the BJP.
Okay, now I think for a lot of people who are not numbers people, now they also want to talk a little bit about the politics. Do we have, DK Shivakumar, I'm not sure what video, if that's him on the screen, I have no idea, I'm not able to see, but we have a statement from him. By God's grace, Congress has maintained a tremendous lead across the state, and today I received God's blessings at my residence, tweets DK Shivakumar. And from what I can see, that looks like him. And so one of the interesting things, Nalini, that's happening is the Congress using a lot of symbols of belief, of faith, of Hindu faith in all of their celebrations, right from the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh to, tweeting lines of the Hanuman Chalisa, to Jai Hanuman slogans at the Congress headquarters, to Priyanka Gandhi offering prayers at a Hanuman Mandir, to DK Shivakumar, releasing images of those prayers. There's a lot of language of faith that is now mainstreamed there. So, your sense that religion, politics, they don't mix well for the voter. Well, the Congress is either making a point, or we're seeing a kind of mainstreaming now of religion in the semiotics of politics. Nalini?
Yeah. Barkha, I don't think I was saying that religion and politics don't mix well. I'm saying that we have had religion, the use of religion as a vote catcher. and that that this really is extraordinary because it does polarize. And my question was, can BJP polarize every election, obviously on the basis of religion? But what's very interesting is Bajrang Bali is actually known for sobriety. He's a very gambhir god, and also known for enormous physical strength and truthfulness. So, I would caution all political parties, if you're going around with dhol nagada, please remember that Bajrang Bali is different. He is a sober god of the Hindu pantheon. But, I would like just mention two, three things very quickly. One of them is, we have mentioned all this, the vote share. But please, Barkha, do have 30 seconds for the amount of money that is reportedly being used, has been used for every MLA election per candidate. 15 to 20 crores per candidate. So can you imagine where is this money coming from?
And Karnataka is an exceptionally, most of the candidates are extremely rich. Yeah, the southern, since we're talking about the north and south, a lot of the southern politics is much richer than the north, but there's a lot to unpack here. We have only about half an hour or 20 minutes. Can I just first play out, once again, Nalini, sorry, DK Shivakumar. Sorry, okay, you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, may I just complete just one more point, which is that it was so ironic and for me absolutely unacceptable that even up to 10 o'clock in the morning, our anchors were still talking about resort politics. I mean, is this a democracy, or is this somewhere where you can just kidnap a verdict and take it away to some resort? So we must now raise our voice against the misuse of religion, the misuse of money, the misuse of this what I call manufactured outrage. We are surely we were a different people. Just that.
What are the conclusions we can draw from how this campaign has been run by both sides? That after this comment from an emotional DK Shivakumar.
Party cadres and all my leaders, they have worked hard. People have exposed faith in us. The leaders have supported us. It is a collective leadership, and we have jointly worked. I have said in the beginning, joining together is the beginning, and the day I took the oath, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. That is what I said on the day. I assured Srimati Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and Priyanka Gandhi that, and Mr. Kalika Malika Jinkarge, that I will deliver Karnataka to their fold. I can't forget Srimati Sonia Gandhi coming to meet me in jail when all these BJP people put me under jail. So I rather choose to be in jail than having an office. That is the confidence of Gandhi family and the Congress party in the entire country restored at me. I thank all my leaders in the state, including Mr. Siddaramaiah, all the MLAs, all the party officers, and the workers from the block to the booth level who took up the responsibility. It is not one effort, including my ACC office bearers, my general secretaries, in charge general secretaries. They work like a block Congress office bearers, and all of them are responsible. I have a lot of things to tell. I will come later. I will meet you in my Bharat Jodo Bhavan, and I'll meet.
Very emotional DK Shivakumar saying, I told Mrs. Gandhi I will deliver Karnataka, and I have, choking up in tears, talking about how they didn't abandon him when he was in jail. So I think this is a very dramatic moment, and Mr. Shivakumar is on record, including in an interview to me, wanting to be chief minister. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Let's talk a little bit about the politics. Meeta, the Congress played it local, now wants to make it national. Your earliest tweet on your social media feed today spoke about Rahul Gandhi, not about DK Shivakumar or Siddaramaiah. You're now going to want to make it about the Gandhis. The BJP is going to want to make it about Bommai and Yediyurappa. Right? You swapped roles. How do you respond to that?
Okay. Regarding the tweet that you're referring to, I think the social media chairperson, Supriya Srinath, had gone on record and given a clarification that every single day there is a tweet that recollects moments from Bharat Jodo Yatra. If you look at the video that was played out in the tweet, you would see that there were pictures taken from different states, and it wasn't only about Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka. So let's be very clear that some of these, video clippings were actually Bharat Jodo Yatras in different states, and this particular tweet was about Bharat Jodo Yatra and not.
But it was on the
related
morning.
to-
But it was the morning of
Yes,
the Karnataka results.
of course. It was, the mood was that of celebration. The mood. We have a decisive victory in a large state in Karnataka. And though we did have a recent victory in the state of Himachal Pradesh, but Karnataka is a much larger state, and obviously the mood was that of celebration. I'm not denying that. But this particular tweet was about Bharat Jodo Yatra, and hence the focus was on Rahul Gandhi.
Okay.
As far as the victory in the state of Karnataka is concerned, obviously the credit goes to the collective leadership, be it the central leadership, who have played a very important role. Look at the way Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Mrs. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, everybody had campaigned there. Randeep Surjewala ji, who was the ICC in charge, had played a very important role as well as the state leadership. Very importantly, DK Shivkumar sir, Siddaramaiah sir, everybody had given in a very collective, united leadership. And we have been able to run a successful campaign, a positive narrative, because our communication was centered around our manifesto, our guarantees, our promises, our social justice, what we are going to do to fight inflation and price rise, how we are going to create more employment, how we are going to rebuild the brand Bangalore and the brand Karnataka, which continues to be the IT hub of our nation. So our campaign was a positive campaign of what value can we bring to the table if we are given a chance to form the government.
Okay, Meeta, let me just bring in Pooja. I think she has to leave, so let me bring in a comment from her. Pooja, we've spoken a lot about the marginalization of Yediyurappa, Bomai's government underperforming, but what about, how the Congress will avoid a Rajasthan type situation here? What about Mr. Shivakumar's open ambition and Mr. Siddaramaiah seeing himself obviously as the front runner for the post of Chief Minister? Pooja, what do you see happening in that space? Yeah.
Very, very tricky days ahead. And they've both been very, very clear that they're both aspirants. And they've said that, we'll eventually leave it to the party high command. But it won't be that simple, right? Because the factors that they'll have to take in will be very, very important. Let's not forget that, Lok Sabha elections just 1 year away. And they need both the leaders to be united to ensure that the Congress does not have a repeat of 2019 results. Because BJP managed to win 26 out of 29 seats here in Karnataka then. So they have to keep both of them happy. And what we're picking up, Barkha, at this point is that Siddaramaiah has said that this is my last election, so I have no other ambition. I don't have anything else that you can offer me. So possibly they could work out a 50-50 sort of formula, perhaps 2.5 years of chief ministership to Siddaramaiah and the rest to DK Shivkumar. But that said, even if Siddaramaiah does manage to become the chief minister, it has been told to him clearly that he will not have complete autonomy. In 2013, when he was the chief minister, he did have a free hand and he did try to bring in a lot of policies that were from his own pet projects, right? This time around, he will have a very strong cabinet, which will not necessarily be of his choice. DK Shivkumar will have a lot of say in which way the government will run. So it will be a clipped Siddaramaiah if he does manage to become the chief minister. But, it will be very tricky to have both of them on the same page. Kharge is also somebody who you cannot rule out. He campaigned extensively in Karnataka. He's nursed the ambition to be Karnataka chief minister for about 15-20 years now, if not more.
But
so
yeah, that's an interesting thought. I mean, that's very, very interesting. But Pooja, what's your guess? What's your best guess? Who will be the chief minister?
I wouldn't want to bet too much, but I'm thinking there would be a compromise formula between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar in that order.
Okay. Thanks, Pooja. We'll let you go. Thank you very much. I just start taking last comments on what this might mean for the campaign, national campaign leading up to 2024. Does it mean anything at all, Nilanjan?
So I think the most striking result today, and the exit polls were picking it up, which we've not necessarily talked about, is how the Congress is performing among the disadvantaged classes.
We did look at that, but we look at it again. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah.
I met in the last sort of 20-30 minutes, and as I said, that this is an emerging politics that is a very powerful form of politics, this sort of class politics that I think is very effective in the polity, and it's something that allows the opposition parties to give an effective counter to, I would say, a North India style Hindu-Muslim politics.
I'm so
right?
sorry, Mr. Siddaramaiah speaking live. We've got to go to him as soon as we're ready. Are we ready? Okay, but that's actually the SC/ST seats in the meantime. But go ahead and complete your point. Yeah.
So this is a great graphic for this, right? I mean, given how the Congress has performed in these kinds of seats, first, it's going to be hard to fully deny the Siddaramaiah camp because I think it has performed so well in SC/ST disadvantage among disadvantaged populations. But secondly, I think it does give rise to a certain kind of narrative that the BJP has struggled with, certainly in state elections, and it's going to have to figure out how to counter it in national elections. Perhaps it will be able to with the Modi factor, but it's something that remains to be seen, and it's something that I think at least gives the opposition some hope going into 2024.
Okay, we want to cut across to Mr. Siddaramaiah. Can we? I'm just waiting for someone
Barkha,
to tell me.
Barkha, just to add to Nandi, this is
yeah.
not 30. It's 33 now. 33 on 51. 66% of the SC/ST seats have been picked up by the Congress.
Amazing.
I think that's a very, very important takeaway. And there, of course, it's the Congress's performance among disadvantaged groups, but also the point about Mr. Kharge being a Dalit leader. Well, there's Mr. Siddaramaiah speaking. Let's just briefly listen in. Can we have the sound up?
This operation because Congress party will in this election and more than 130 seats. That's what I expected. But what happened also is going to be happened. In 130 means in JDS, less than 25 seats. That's what I said. 20 to 25 seats. BJP 60 to 70, 65. I thank Mallikarjuna ji, Mallikarjuna Kharge ji. I thank Rahul ji. I thank Priyanka Gandhi ji for their campaign, aggressive campaign in Karnataka. Also. And all the general secretaries, particularly Vedugopal, Sujewala, and other secretaries who are in charge of Karnataka. I thank all of them. ನಾಳೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ tomorrow we want to have a CLP meeting, but all MLAs cannot come. Only elected MLAs cannot come tonight. Therefore, we will anyway. CLP meeting is called. On the basis of the opinion given by the newly elected MLA, I can take a decision.
How do you see it?
What he said because the voting. What he said because the voting.
Okay, sir, Canada.
ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಸಭೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ
Sorry. That is the man of the moment, Siddaramaiah, the front runner to be chief minister, but not without some claims and competition from D.K. Shivakumar, who's really been the organization man in Karnataka. We were talking earlier before we went across there to how the Congress has performed in what Nilanjan calls the disadvantaged groups in Dalit-dominated streets, tribal areas. Kartiki, you wanted to jump in there, and then we need to start taking last comments. Yes.
Just to add to Nilanjan's point, Barkha, there are 58 urban seats roughly. 28 out of BJP's 67 seats have come from these urban seats, which tells you that in the remaining 166 seats, the BJP has only been able to win 38 seats or thereabouts. And that just adds to what Nilanjan was saying.
That's very interesting. So the BJP primarily, therefore, being an urban sort of party. Nilanjan, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. I mean, we know the BJP actually increased its vote share somewhat in Bangalore and Old Mysore region, urbanized, sort of in and around Bangalore, and has done quite poorly elsewhere, particularly in poor areas. And I think that's reflected in the numbers that Kartikeya is showing us. I think the BJP will have to figure out, if it is to sort of wrest back some part of Karnataka, how to come up with a broader appeal across the state. I mean, it's clear that this is not just a wholesale loss in terms of some strategic movement here and there, but actually losing core bases, actually losing parts of the state that are outside of Bangalore, Mysore region, right? In a very serious way.
Yeah. Meeta, any learnings for the Congress here? The way the Congress ran the campaign here, any learnings for, there are going to be 3 major state elections coming up? Meeta? Meeta can't hear me. Nalini, let me actually, Siddaramaiah just said, and we missed that bit, I hope Rahul Gandhi will become the country's prime minister in 2024. So there's going to be a lot of sort of credit giving to Mr. Gandhi, in the same way that there's going to be a lot of localizing the defeat by the BJP. Nalini, what does this mean for 2024, if at all it means anything? Or is this to be seen as a local election?
Well, it'll be a terrible pity if they do what you just said, that if they give credit to Rahul Gandhi and the central leadership, when actually the work and the hard work and the heavy lifting was done at the state level by D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. Anyway, that is up to the Congress party. But what I'll say, Barkha, you were asking about, let's talk about it politically. If we can also talk about it electorally. When you have margins such as 20,000, etc., these are wild margins for a Vidhan Sabha election. And what I have seen when I've looked at data, let's just take the RJD for a second. When they won in 2015, they won by huge margins. And that has casts a shadow even on the next Vidhan Sabha election. Forget about the interim Lok Sabha election. So this is a very major development in Karnataka. that these vast margins will not just evaporate, they will stay. There's a core of it will stay even for 2024.
Yeah. I think I'm going to give the last word to Kartikeya. Sorry, Meeta, you wanted to come in. I was asking you what are the lessons learned, and we couldn't hear you then. Go ahead, Meeta. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, this election was fought by BJP on Prime Minister Modi ji's name. Let us not forget this. So, starting from this entire attempt to communally polarize this election was done by none other than the Prime Minister of the nation, trying to manufacture this anger, trying to build this narrative, because they really did not have any progress card to showcase, and hence the need for communal polarization. And when this verdict has come out, it is amply clear that the people of Karnataka have rejected the communal divisive politics that was being propelled by none other than the Prime Minister of the nation. So this election was not fought on Bommai's name, it was fought on Modi's name, and I want to make this point very clear that this defeat also goes to the Prime Minister. Number one. Number two, yes, like in any election, in this election also, we are going to do some introspection. We have performed well, we have put up a positive campaign, we have given a collective leadership, and we are now leading. We have a very decisive victory in the state of Karnataka. We are happy. We congratulate the Karyakartas. We thank the voters in the state of Karnataka. Having said that, yes, there are areas where we can further improve. It is an ongoing process, and we will surely have some internal assessment of the areas where we can even sharpen our communication going forward, and so that we can use those learnings in the upcoming very important state elections in the states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, and Telangana, leading up to 2024.
I do have to close. So, Kartikeya, if I had to give you, just the last word on what the data tells you are the 3-4 big takeaways, what are they?
As Nilanjan was saying, Congress doing well amongst the disadvantaged groups. We see that in the SC/ST seats. We see that in the rural seats. Congress picking up the Muslim votes to a large extent. JDS losing to both Congress and BJP. BJP, although seemingly not losing vote share, but actually losing vote share in areas where it could have won seats, and gaining vote share in areas where it can't potentially win seats. Congress gaining vote share from both the BJP and the JDS. And this huge vote margin gap, Barkha, will be a big story. 7.2 percentage points. Huge margin in terms of just vote share. So I think the Congress has effectively cashed in on high levels of anti-incumbency of the BJP government. The Prime Minister could not stem the arrest. This all starts from 2021 with a very messy transition between Mr. Yediyurappa and Mr. Bommai, and that has continued. The Congress can take so many positive lessons out of it. The last thing you want to see is the Congress becoming less humble about this victory or giving credit to the wrong people. I think the Congress can learn so much from this in conjunction with Himachal. Localized campaign, localized leader, speak the right language, don't bring in too much noise. Resources are important. An organizational man is as important as a person who's popular amongst the masses.
And we just wanted to remind you of these images of DK Shivakumar running with Rahul Gandhi. These are of course old images, but I think they're quite a metaphor for the moment today. And it's going to be interesting now to see how much sort of autonomy. What the Congress now needs to worry about is that Karnataka doesn't become a Rajasthan with open factionalism going forward. Because certainly,
can I make a bold claim? DK Shivakumar has the potential to become the Ahmed Patel for the Congress in South India.
Absolutely, but the point is he has ambitions to not be a backroom boy, and he wants to be a front-facing chief minister. So Ahmed Patel was quite satisfied with being political secretary to Mrs. Gandhi and holding the power from the shadows. Mr. DK Shivakumar is not that person. So it'll be quite interesting to see, because his energy, it's been Mr. Siddaramaya's sort of front-facing presence, but Mr. DK Shivakumar's energy that has really galvanized this win for the Congress. Nilanjan, any last thoughts before we close?
Just a small thought, completely different from I think we've talked a little bit about some of the religion that has shown up in the campaign. I think one thing I like to always remind people is that it's not that the South isn't religious and that religious symbols haven't been used in the South. It is simply that the way in which religion has been used in the North is often very different than the way that religion is used in the South, right? And you do have temple going, you do have religion. Actually, a lot of people in the South wear religion on their sleeve, right? But you don't see the same level of Hindu-Muslim riots, for instance, right, empirically, or you don't see the same. So I do think that part of what we're also seeing the Congress do is to figure out how to use religious characters, religious symbols, but in a way that doesn't actually hew to a very sort of narrow North Indian concept of how religion is to be used.
I mean, there's a whole separate program to be done on sort of the North-South divide, if one can use the word divide. So much to unpack there. Karthikeya has done some of that work for us on our platform. But Karthikeya, are you trying to say something? Every time I say bye, you raise your hand.
Yeah, no, it's a shameless plug. A couple of topics picked up today: North-South divide, money in politics. We've started doing a show called Ek Baat Batao, and we have